Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. It is so lovely to see all of you all there in the chat. And I want to say thank you all for waiting for the slow tech rebuild. As you all know, my computer exploded some time ago, and then the new OBS update sort of destroyed all of my overlays. So I was just working on that as we were speaking, and it is done. And I do hope that you appreciated the full cast credits openings that was made to us and brought to us by Afrithiel, who put that all together. And Afrithiel is the person who has done all of our graphic design for the show, all the overlays, the nameplates, everything. And I want to thank Afrithiel for all of that. And this is something very special, and I'll be giving you things in the process in the meantime. But this is the epilogue for the main campaign of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign, a campaign that has gone through 5 seasons, and each season had 16 episodes, so that's 80 episodes, give or take, with an amazing cast and crew. The show was set up so that by doing it in seasons with a kind of an urban place, people can move in and out. And we've had an amazing cast of people coming in and out throughout the course of the campaign. And I'm very lucky and I don't also, for those of you who don't know in the audience, I also am, was always very interested, did this from the very beginning when I first GM'd, Fox would know, Night Witches over on Geek Space TV.
I would know.
You would know that I
I
knew.
was in Night Witches.
I was about to say, I believe somebody else was too.
I was just gonna say, no, you just spoiled it.
Sorry.
I mean, what? No, I don't know. And you're all strangers to me. I don't know any of
Yes.
you.
Well, the thing is, sometimes people can't make an episode or two, right? And
Oh yes, okay. I was like, I thought you forgot for a second. I was
oh
like,
no.
I forgot I was in Night Witches.
Oh no, I did not forget. I did not forget. I'm giving you the.
Sorry.
Props. Sometimes people, people can't make it, and something that people often do when someone can't make it is they'll go and grab like oh, can you just jump in today, or we'll just not do it. But what I wanted a swing, like you would get sometimes in theater, where you have 2 people who say, I asked them, I said, whenever we have somebody missing, would you be willing to jump into the show whenever we have somebody missing? And I wanted somebody who would be able to basically play a PC who could be in that show Night Witches whenever that person might be needed and would make sense and would enjoy it, would be a great person to add. And the swing for Night Witches was Pumpkinberry. And Pumpkinberry...
What a surprise!
See, nobody knew because it wasn't spoiled yet.
Nobody knew. Sorry.
And I have to say that I would like to note that I am honored that Pumpkinberry also agreed to be the swing for City of Light and Shadow. From season 1, PB was always our swing in reserve. And so I'm very excited and happy to have a great mix of people here. And I'm going to have us go all the way around and to give some love and introduce yourselves. And this is what I would say. I also have some surprises for you all, by the way, just so you know, cast, because I'm going to make you cry. And I have a surprise, but I'm not going to say what it is yet because I don't know what it is, actually. I will find out. There's a box back there that is the surprise, and I'll find out what it is. But we are here. We are gathered here. We are gathered here today to celebrate City of Light and Shadows.
Marriage.
Marriage. This is the epilogue. As we're coming to this moment, I want to know what happened to everyone who's in this war. I want to know what happened to them, what their lives are. KP should be here. He's on his way. He's late, but he also did tell me. I had a conversation with him over the summer, actually, about what he imagined would happen to his character, and so so I know just in case. But I would like to take this moment to celebrate with everybody who's been a cast member, everybody who's been an audience member. This moment to talk about this show and what happens to everyone in it. And so, that said, we're also gonna do I should do this. So for those of you who have never watched this show before, welcome in. Um, this is a show that was meant to evoke the stories of those real life people who fought in the resistance, in this case, the French resistance during World War II. I'm inspired by a number of first person narrative accounts that I read, and an old British TV show about the women of the SOE who were airdropped into France and had to sort of do this. And I was always inspired by the fact that, unlike war movies, like American war movies, where there's like an explosion and it's massive, and when you hit somebody in the face, it goes, like the kind of very 11 ways in which we do war. I really wanted to think about with I don't know, Jean-Claude Van Damme and Arnold's, like all these people who nobody looked like that in 1940, like at all. Partly because we only just synthesized testosterone, so you couldn't be taking your anabolic steroids, and also that's not going to help you anyway. So I wanted to tell the stories of those other people, the people who actually were there, like the grandmothers who sat on their porch knitting Morse code into scarves and taking note of all the troop movements that they then sent off to their nephews in the UK, and no one could decode their scarves, so they didn't know it was code until they got there. Or Virginia Hall, who lost her leg in an accident and was this amazing spy, and just the various people, the people who in the face of overwhelming odds, right, when you'd think there's nothing you as an individual could ever do, who did something. And I was inspired by these shows that framed violence as something that was not great. It's maybe not so great just to go and like kill Nazis. Yes, they're Nazis, but killing people is bad for your soul, and it causes PTSD, and it damages you, and it harms you. And the sacrifices that everyday people had without support to do something, to stand up for something that mattered to them, and to tell the stories of people. I mean, because the resistance was full of women and ethnic minorities and religious minorities, and it was everybody. I mean, it was not everybody. A lot of people were not in the resistance, but I mean, it was everyday people. Basically, everyday people are heroes, and everyday people can do something. And I wanted that story, and I also wanted the story of how stressful it is to not have support and have to walk down the street, and you never know. You never know. And I wanted a cast that could be serious, to take the sort of respectful towards this story that we would all create together. Players who would have agency and get goingness, who would make their own choices and not wait for choices to come to them, who would sort of be bold and who would have good chemistry. And I was lucky enough to find a number of amazing players who all have come together and did something special, all of whom, my understanding is, have their own relationship to the topic and the moment, not just their characters, but also just sort of larger things, all have their own sort of spaces where this meant something to them. And over the course of the 5 seasons, we have seen Paris begin right at the beginning of occupation and move towards right at this moment where it's going to not get so good. In Paris, a number of expats and Germans and Americans and all sorts of people sort of dealing with these struggles, hunger, and sort of the part of war that's not the glamorous part, that everything's rationed and no one has food, and then there's random bombings and you never know what's going to happen at any moment. And I wanted people who could sort of take the humanity, right, of a conflict and be in those little moments, the moments about whether or not you can even get tea, right, or falling in love or not, right? Or having angst about your parents, all those little things that still happen in times of conflict. So all of that was something really special and amazing. And in the course of those 5 seasons, we built an audience who would post wonderful bits of history in our Discord, and who always shared and who gave lots of support from London, and a cast who committed, and everybody sort of built something that I thought was very, very special. And that is the context for the introductions I'm going to ask all the players to give. So that is like the preamble. And so if each one of you would start, and I would like to say, if you could say who you are, and if you could say who your character is, describe them from somebody who may have never watched the show before. And just, we're going to do these sort of introductions, and then I'm going to go around and ask you a couple of questions about your character and where you are, some thoughts, and then we'll kind of snowball from there. But if you would, because I always like to ask a question when I start an episode. So who are you? Who are you playing? Describe who they are for those who may not know them. And I suppose I should ask, because we're in this moment, could you tell each other and the audience something about your character's childhood that nobody knows yet? Because we will start early at the beginning is what I think we should do. I'm not going to call on somebody to answer it right away because I'm going to give you time. I'm going to vamp to give you time to think about it. I will say this. This show has been one where it was important for me to make sure the cast was paid, and I was willing to do that out of my own pocket if necessary, but the community has made it so that I think I only had to pay out of pocket like $75 the first season. And ever since then, whether or not I got paid or not, the cast got paid, our artists got paid, the amazing composer, Lizard Eats Flies, everyone sort of was able to do that, and that was due to the kindness of our chat, of our community, who supported us on Patreon, who gave us tips and bits. And I will note, if you give tips or bits, I will read out those tips and bits messages at intermission and also at the end. And not only did you all support this cast, because this is a hardworking cast, and they spend their own money on cosplay and their time and cat food. So all of this has been very wonderful for that. I appreciate that very much. But also you've donated fan art and thoughts and letters and interest, and you voted on what the communists would do. You've all sort of really been present in a way that is special. And not everybody has an audience who I think of as being part of this community in that way. So I want to thank you for that. And I was just given something in the mail that I'm going to open, because I was told to open it on camera. I have no idea what it is. It's from Hawkeye. We opened up a brand new tier, by the way, on the Patreon. It's a special sponsor tier. It's $200 a month, and that $200 will pay for a cast of 4 people for one episode. So not me, but the cast. And so we have 3 sponsors, and I'm going to tell you a bit more about them at our break and ending. But one of our sponsors, KY Hawkeye, has sent me this box and said I should open it up on camera, which I'm going to do. I have no idea what's in it, but I'm doing it as a means to give you all moments to think about the answer, something about.
Well, we can't. We're concentrating on the gift.
What? No, that's not going to work.
I thought of mine, so
okay, good. Okay, we'll just have to go to you first.
That's fine.
Okay, so this is from Hawkeye, and Hawkeye is one of our sponsors. And
Hawk is the best.
Hawk is awesome. We love Hawkeye.
Hawkeye's amazing.
True.
I've had the pleasure of being able to be at the same gaming table with Hawkeye. And
Same.
Right? And Hawkeye also is the promoter for the virtual wrestling match that I happen to be in, and my persona has gone heel, but I like to think that it's really Hawkeye's fault. And when I beat Hawkeye desperately in the ring, this is what he deserves.
What is it?
Hawkeye is a woodworker.
Oh.
What this is.
Oh no, is Troop gonna cry?
Nope.
Don't do it. Don't do
I'm
it.
gonna
yet,
try
it's so
not to.
early.
Troop's gonna cry.
This is a GM screen. It's homemade. And if you look at the part that faces the players.
Oh no.
That is so cool.
But GM screen is 4 panels.
All of our art.
And that is
I
Void
see the
Smoker.
Saints. Void
Like,
Smoker's
Void Smoker, who's done that
Sweet's
amazing
art. Oh my god. That is so
Oh,
cool. Oh,
yes.
that last one with the
Yeah, that's
so
you know who did
good.
that one.
So good.
And then of course the inside is plain, so you can put your
Right.
GM excitement, but it is the French flag colors.
Yeah.
Seeing the faces and Lightning Invoker, thank you for that. And it fits the 8.5 by 11 sheets, and this is and the rivets. I don't know if you can see the details. The rivets are very cool, and what I love about this is that
And it's brick. It's painted like bricks. Stop. Oh,
Oh.
pieces are on the spine.
and what's so amazing about this is not only do
So
you get the
nice.
bricks for Bricktops, but also it's like a book, right? Like
Yeah,
you
it
bring out
does
the
look like a
tome.
book. Yeah.
Hawkeye, thank you so much. I love a GM screen. GM screens are my favorite thing, and people think, oh, you don't need a GM screen because if we're all open, we can be open. It's like, no, it's not about that. It's that I need charts. Like,
Yeah.
I need to be able to see my charts, and if I have charts, then I can see them. It's great. Like, wait, what was the name? Oh, Forza, great. Yes, great. And I love to have all of my charts out. And also, sometimes, you know, when you have a GM screen, especially one that's so beautiful like this, you could do this sort of a thing, which I don't know if any of you do this, but sometimes, so imagine the GM screen, right?
Oh, that's
Right?
so good.
Then sometimes you can do this.
Yep.
I do love a good peeking over the GM screen,
A good reveal.
a good reveal to build tension and also be just a little bit ridiculous. Do you know what I mean?
That's amazing.
Hawkeye, thank you. This is the best GM screen I have ever had. And thank you. And I love, it looks a little like the paint makes it feel very 1940s. I don't know if you can see, like it's got this kind of nice distressed element that really looks
Oh, yeah.
like
It's like
brick.
textured a
Yeah.
little bit too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this right here. Wait.
There you go.
I was about to say, if it means anything, if you put it on the shelf behind you, Trooper, we'll be able to see it
Yeah.
in the light.
Oh, I
The-
see.
the-
Oh, I see.
yeah. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In which case, while I'm doing that, and I'm trying not to hit the bubble wrap, or I would like Lindy. Oh, so who are you? Tell us something about your character. Tell us who your character is so that people who may have
Yes,
never
yes,
seen
yes.
it will know. Tell us something that we don't know about your childhood. And
I'm gonna try to say it all so fast you'd never hear about the childhood part. You have to wait for the VOD.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Go, Lindy, go.
Okay, go,
All right.
go ahead.
Hi, I'm Laugh Love Lindy, and I love tabletop RPGs. And I've especially loved this tabletop RPG, City of Light and Shadow, where I play Freda Engel, the famous German opera singer, as her tags state. She loves to be in the French Resistance because her husband was a terrible Nazi, but he's dead now, so that's fun. As for her childhood thing that nobody ever knew before, Freda was born in, I believe, 1907. I have the date on my sheet, and she had a little brother. But he did not live past World War I. And so it's something her family never talks about. And that's a fun fact.
Perfect.
Fun,
All
you
right.
say.
did it.
I'll elaborate for Trooper because I care about Trooper and I don't want him to cry this early. From lack of information, yeah, Freda had a younger brother who was a toddler during World War I, but due to illness and malnutrition during that period of time, for if you weren't wealthy at all, you weren't eating well, he did not make it past World War I, and it's something her family just does not talk about. It is something that is just, it's not spoken of. And his name was Kurt.
And for those who don't know, we do have the closed captions on, so you can click that closed captions button if you wanted it. Thank you. Let's go. I'm looking at our overlay. Let's go. And I believe of the people that are currently here, Lindy, you were the newest addition because KP is not
Yes.
currently here.
That is correct. Yes.
So I will then go to the exact opposite corner, and we will go with the oldest addition to our cast, Little Red Dot.
Hi, friends. It feels good to be back, even if just for the night. Trooper's right. I've done this 5 seasons. Regina has been the character that's been here since the beginning. She's seen and done a whole lot. Regina is our German-born spy. She started out and was used by Germany as an assassin, and after a series specifically of book burnings organized by her girlfriend in college, Regina's perspective on the world kind of changed. And she began feeding information to the British about what the Germany was doing before the Great Invasion. And this kind of started her life towards the SOE, and now she is the SOE. What's her official title, Trooper? I have it on a piece of paper.
Oh, she's like a.
Yeah, she got promoted.
Yeah, she got
Yeah,
promoted.
she
Well,
did.
yeah.
And she's actually in the Air Force, whereas I believe that Doris
Right.
is in the territorial, the Army. Yes, and I made I've got that.
Yeah. So, anyways, Regina has had some has gone from basically being an assassin and thinking that killing Nazis is the only way to fight in a war to realizing that like there are other ways to fight a war and that life is way, way more important. She has a fiance, which I'm sure we'll find out about, and a second lover, which I'm sure we'll also find out about tonight.
Will her fiance find out about that?
Didn't her fiance already know?
I feel like there was some bead spilled before,
Yep.
but Regina has grown so much. She used to carry around a lot of anger, and she has learned to repurpose that anger to help people. In fact, I believe all last season she didn't shoot one person.
Holy.
Versus
Wow.
season 1 where she killed somebody in the first 5 episodes.
Now she did.
We love us some
facilitate
personal growth.
people's shootings.
She did, and I'm not going to say she's not good at what she does, but I think her heart shifted a little bit, and her want to, as Trooper mentioned earlier, kind of rethink her soul. What does it do to the soul when you're a killer? And am I just as bad as the Nazis? At what point do I take a different tactic than those at which I fight? She has taken on 2 companions in her loneliness and being undercover in her actual identity and trying to live the Nazi lifestyle to feed information. She has a dog, Millie, and a cat for her a good German housewife personality called Baby Jane. Bless Baby Jane. Yeah. Now Regina's past, over 5 seasons, we've learned a lot. We learned that she comes from a military family, that she has some serious daddy issues, that she comes from money and a wealthy family because her mother was a part of a royal line.
The royal line.
The royal line.
She was a princess.
Which she denied to marry Regina's father. We found out about her parents' love chateau in the Swiss Alps, all kinds of things. But the one thing that we never really learned was when Regina learned she was gay. We know of her first unfortunate girlfriend, but we don't actually know that awakening moment for her. And so I like the idea that the elderly gentleman and woman who keep her parents' estate back in Berlin, that the butler gentleman, we'll call him, I can't remember his name, Trooper, to save my life. Anyways, he had a granddaughter who used to come to visit in the summer at the estate. And her and the granddaughter used to go for walks and
Sorry,
hold
I'm just
hands.
doing the sound of
and-
the leaves and the wind blowing because this is romantic as all heck.
yeah, cute little 10-year-olds or 11-year-olds who are trying to blossom and learn. And they these 2 little German girls were completely unsuspected, and maybe a first kiss in the gardens or that kind of
Oh.
thing. I know. So they had a very little secret kind of preteen holding hands. And this is inspired by Dot's first kiss in elementary school, which was super duper frowned upon. And I imagine her mother maybe found them one day. And that there was that talk that's like, this is inappropriate. You can't do this. Because I had that conversation when I kissed a boy on the bus. And so I think that there's this little moment that Regina actually kind of knew she was gay much earlier, but due to societal norms and the family trying to hide the truth, it was squashed really, really early on.
So we've gone to these two corners. I feel like we should go next to, we have to go to Greg. Greg came in the second season, and I asked him, hey, Greg, would you mind playing an undercover Gestapo agent who's out to destroy and expose and kill all of our fellow PCs?
Right, that was the pitch. Would you mind infiltrating the existing PCs and ruining everything they've created?
Oops.
And I was like, sure.
Take it away.
I am Greg Grimjack 21502, playing Oscar Mueller, something that no one knows about Oscar that is part of his backstory and has been hinted about. In fact, when he was talking to Yeager one time, they mentioned the death of his grandmother, that she had passed. Well, the reason why the grandmother is so important is his last living relative, because this is his maternal grandmother. His father was an awful human being. He liked to drink, and he liked to, promote the physicality that comes from a bad alcoholic. And he killed Oscar's mom. And Oscar's grandmother, the mother of the woman that was killed, murdered his dad. The entire village knew it. Several of them saw it. And she never was brought up on charges because he was a prick. They all knew he was a prick. And they never effed with his grandmother. Because not only did she kill him, she shot him in the square and choked the life out of him. And that's why Mr. Yeager was very impressed and noted her passing.
Yeah.
Because he liked what he heard.
God, that reminds me of that actual, that town that has kept under wraps who killed that guy all those years. Like, he was such a jerk and asshole. I have to,
Everybody shot at him.
Yeah. There was like a mob mentality and somebody shot him and the whole town's like, we don't know who did it. Oops, bad guy died in the middle of town. Oops.
Dot, it's funny that you say that, because my actual basis for that whole exchange was the cinematic masterpiece known as Roadhouse. And at the end of Roadhouse, Brad Wesley is killed by many of the shop owners in town, and no one saw anything. And so...
yeah, they don't care. Nobody cares. Bad guys out of
No,
town.
I actually didn't think of Roadhouse at the time, but when you mentioned that, it sounded like
That's what it reminds me of. Badass grandma, hell yeah.
But I'm also thinking about, I see what's happening. What is that? Thank you for the heads up. What am I doing right now? Why is that happening? What is going on right now?
Because we have somebody joining.
Hi, KP.
Hi.
Hey, hello. Well, this is amazing.
I'm so
You all are going to be just dealing with the thing
I'm so
that we're
sorry.
doing at the moment. Give me 1 second as I do this. There is something I need that I'm going to have to add before we swap over here. I'm going to need to add my system audio. We've never had this many players, so as we speak on the fly, I'm building this other scene.
I'm the only one they can see. If you look in Trooper's box, you'll be able to see me standing right in front of the blue stripe. So if there's anything you need me to relate.
Wait. They can see me now too, maybe.
Yes. Yeah. Go that way.
And now let me go over here. So we are currently, right now, everybody's in their box, but the boxes make no sense. And I'm going to fix that while people are talking. I'm going to just put you all together in a beautiful way.
Smush.
brand new methodology. Now, hold on. Now we've moved everybody around.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I found it.
Like
I found it. The
musical
guy's
chairs.
name. The guy's name is Ken Rex McElroy. You can look it up. It was a town in Missouri. It's still one of the most unsolved cases to this day.
Wait,
And the whole
sorry, say
town's
that
like-
again because I love this
his-
shit.
Ken Rex McElroy. He was like not a nice guy. He kind of he was a criminal.
He did
was
everything wrong.
yeah, suspected murderer, a bunch of other stuff, but the local police couldn't quite like nail him. And basically there was he showed up at a bar one day and things didn't go down, and all of the local townspeople like surrounded his truck and somebody shot him dead.
Oh,
And the whole town covered it up. The whole town was like, oops, we don't know who did it. And for decades, they have never revealed or solved the mystery because nobody cares that the bad guy died.
Wow. Wow.
It's a crazy, it's like one of the most unsolved cases to this day. People have tried the police officer who's been on the case for like 30 years or something like that. Just retired and was like, I give up. Nobody's ever
Whew.
gonna reveal anything. I give up.
If you don't know, you don't
I
know.
like it.
Yeah, the town doesn't know.
So if I would like to then go, since we just had Greg talk, I would now like to go to Rockette. Rockette is one of, whoever's recruited, thank you so much. That is perfect. Where did that, the alert box just left. The next time it happens, I'll be able to trim that. So Rockette, one of our OG players who ran the bar out of which our heroes were based. Might you tell us who you are? Tell us about your character for those of us for people who may not have known your character, and then tell us something about your character's childhood that we don't know.
Yeah, so hello everyone. I am Rockette Fox, and so I played Sylvie, and the most important thing to know is that she kind of did whatever she wanted in whatever moment she happened to want to do it. She was an expat and a biracial Asian woman, much like myself. And she came over to Paris and then ended up kind of inheriting Bricktops after she had worked there for a while. And she ran it, she sang at it, she got into the party life in Paris during those times. She got in a relationship and then another one and then a few, kind of on the side of that, and some that weren't really relationships, but they were around. And so, that was kind of her deal until she ended up finding herself with a baguette in the oven. And then she went with said other person who was someone else on the team, and they went back to the States at that point. But as far as her childhood goes, so something that happened that I think would be interesting is that initially, because she grew up with her mother, and initially her mom was trying to get her to take music lessons. Probably when she was about like 5, 6, the time when people who start young. And her mom really wanted her to take music lessons. Started with piano. No, didn't want to do piano. Started with, after that, went to violin, did not like it. Went to voice, hated that. And then she went on to a whole bunch of other instruments. And then finally, voice was the one that required the least work. So that is what she went with.
So she was a real go-getter?
She went to get the thing that was going to be the easiest to obtain.
But I feel like singing is only not difficult if you're a good singer.
She happened to, win that vocal lottery.
All
The
right.
genetics said yes.
So From there, we're going to go to our newest member, KP. Could you tell us
Hello.
who you're playing, who you're playing? Tell us something about your character for those who may have never met your character, and then tell us something about your character's childhood that we don't know.
Okay. Oh boy. Hello everybody. My name is KP. I go by KP Studios, and I get to play the ever charming Dr. Pritam Singh, or as he's kind of also known as Prince Pritam Singh, although he doesn't much appreciate that title. And as far as his childhood, I feel like he's divulged most of it. He, grew up in a royal family, prince, like the third prince of the kingdom. Didn't really particularly care because it's not like he was set up to rule it, because his older brother was already set up for that. And so he was kind of just set to be an administrator of one of the states. Didn't like the political climate. He didn't like being in, felt like he was being stifled. So he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go study in England and become a doctor. And that's what he ended up doing. As far as like in his childhood, I would say like, what would he not know? Man, this would be something that I did not know because I already divulged everything I know. So I would imagine that as a young boy, he would always look out into the city and at night from his balcony, from his room, almost kind of like a Princess Jasmine sort of a way of like, what's out there? Like, why am I stuck in here? What can I go see? And I'm sure he's been out there, out and about in like horse-drawn carriages, like inside, with his mom or his father in like a royal parade or some sort. But it's not the same feeling. He never felt like he could connect with his own city. So Paris and actually Oxford would probably be the first time where he kind of felt that independence and that connection to the city that he was a part of. And then vice versa, coming into Paris, he kind of let that connection to continue. So more than his own hometown or home city, he kind of connects here more. So yeah, and it was a lot of fun kind of playing off of that. He didn't really particularly care to go back, although he cared for his family, obviously cares for his country and his people. Although this campaign probably led him in that direction a bit more.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, what you all don't know, players, is that I'm just messing with the overlay as we were speaking because I can. And I get to, it's not baked in. It's all just, I can just make sure it looks as best as possible. I don't like how it is right now. I'm going to make the boxes bigger and I'll work it out. It'll be brilliant. So I want to go to PB, who was my swing and who I always knew was in my back pocket and who has been very important to this campaign, even though she didn't get to be on screen all the time. PB, tell us who you are. Tell us something about your character for those who may never seen the show, and something about your character's childhood.
Sure.
That we don't know.
Well, you don't know a lot about her childhood because she didn't really get a chance to reveal a lot. However, I'm Pumpkinberry. You can call me PB though. And I played Miss Doris Ophelia Archer. And she was a phone operator or a Morse code operator. Do I say the thing? Can I say the thing?
You can say whatever you like.
Okay.
Say all the things.
Okay. All right. So I came on board with the plan of making Dot cry. Maybe that wasn't exactly my plan, but I was like, ooh, I could potentially be a love interest for Dot, and I would love to do that. And so we did that, and that was great. And I played the fiance. I am the one that proposed. Or wait. Yes.
Yes,
Did we propose together? Yeah. We
Mm-hmm.
proposed.
Mm-hmm.
We're
So
the cutest gay couple.
they're really cute. They exchanged letters. So I actually think part of their love story, which really spoke to me, was the fact that they fell in love without ever seeing each other. They fell in love over operator with Morse code. So they couldn't even really say all the things that they wanted to say. So that was really, really amazing. And that was fun to play, that kind of like meeting somebody in person for the first time, because they did end up meeting, and just, realizing, wow, yeah, everything that I've been feeling is now tenfold that you're standing in front of me and I never want to let go.
Shakespeare's sweet nothings. Come on.
Yeah. They're absolutely adorable. So something that you didn't know about Miss Doris is that when she was a young lass, she would steal bread and things from like a local bakery and stuff and give it to people. She was arrested for it. However, the officers put her name down as Doris Adams and she did not correct them. And this fact, the fact that she didn't have an arrest record, is what allowed her to be the operator. So she kind of looks at it like fate. Like she's very grateful that she chose not to correct the officer with her name. So yeah.
That's
A little
amazing.
fun, a little fun factoid.
Ooh. All right. So right now I'm still a little weirdly obscured, but that's okay. We will get there. Y'all look lovely, and I'm going to get your nameplates coming in a second. I'm going to just make myself super tiny and put myself over here for the moment, so that I'm just like hanging out, like, hey, whoop. And I'll work that out. So, this was an amazing sort of thing, and for those of you who don't know, sort of the story in the arc is we had this group of people who were all living in Paris, and working at Bricktop's a cabaret that was originally owned by a real life historical person. Bricktop's was owned by this black lesbian woman named Ada Bricktop Smith, who owned this club and had all the jazz greats come and play. But she left the country, and I was like, well, when she leaves the country, I wonder who she gives it to. She gives it to Rocket's character, who had worked there. And so this became the base operations for our heroes. They start working by being in this sort of very open sort of space. They're able to do work in the same way that somebody like, Josephine Baker was able to do, get access. And they end up doing a lot of sort of high-level work, dealing with some pretty big, important things, sort of uncovering a bit of a tension between the Gestapo and military intelligence who had a bunch of people who were fifth columnists and trying to overthrow Hitler, and sort of working those tensions between those groups. Over time, one of their members sort of went off to England to sort of drop off important information, and we get in Greg's character, Oscar, who is working as an undercover Gestapo agent, but who then is swayed over by the team because he was told that the team were posing as resistance, but were actually military intelligence, and the Gestapo wanted to know what military intelligence was up to. And he learned, after all, that they were not actually military intelligence, they were actually the resistance, and that sort of moved him. And from those moments, we have brought in many people from their past. There were some assassinations, there were some explosions, and we sort of moved towards the time when more and more people are being rounded up, and it looks like what is happening is not great. They infiltrate the Wannsee conference, and they learn about the final solution and having to deal with what do you do with that information. And it's sort of this moment, and as we sort of the moment we found ourselves was Doris Asher, Ophelia, codename Ophelia, back in London, having been at a really important meeting trying to figure out what to do about the agents and information. Do you compromise their safety in order to put that information out or not? Our heroes are now basically have infiltrated high-ranking German French society, Nazi society, and are working in the full glare of the public, trying to get as much information they can. And Frida has become pregnant. Oscar's the dad. He has a lot of PTSD issues that he's not really worked through, is what I would say as a GM. And they are all in this sort of very difficult moment, whereas Sylvie had gone back to the US, which people had wanted for quite some time. She didn't, but then she went. And because there was some trouble back home as well. And so we have this whole group of people sort of in this moment together, sort of dealing with the reality of the upcoming Holocaust. And how do you help? How do you stop this when doing too much will reveal your sources? So, right, and this is like England had broken the Enigma machine and knew what the Germans were saying, but they knew that if they had acted on various information, the Germans would know, so they let Coventry be bombed. They knew the Germans were going to come and bomb that city, and they let it happen because they knew if they'd done anything that would give away that that they'd found out, right? So all the kind of hard choices you have to make. We also have our prince in, and having KP in allowed us to explore what does it mean to be one of the colonized countries who is being told that you're going to fight for freedom and to fight against racism and oppression. but you don't have a choice about whether or not you're going to
You're
fight or
being
not,
oppressed, and yeah,
right? Because you are colonized, and you have a whole freedom movement happening at this moment. And how does this sort of work, right? So we're dealing with all these really interesting people who have come in together. So I would love to ask you all, which would give me that moment to mess with more boxes. Let me ask you all, and this is actually a meta question, and I hope Greg will tell me something, because I know this thing about Greg, but I would love to know how it was, not as a player, but as a, not as a character, but as a player, to inhabit this world space and the kinds of things that you brought to it, that you wanted to bring to it, and the kind of things that you got out of it up to this moment. Because I don't want to give the big reveal what happens afterwards until we do a little bit of this moment first. So because I do want to know what's going to happen, but I want to ask about this just as a player. What mattered to you coming into the space, and what did you discover? And this is all sort of meta as a player. Connections, backgrounds, what mattered to you? What did you discover? And I want to start with Rocket.
like me. Right.
Well, I was going to say I actually have an immediate answer to that.
Yeah, so do I.
As opposed to the childhood question. Yeah, no, I think my initial gut reaction is, how was it as a player? It was hard. I think is the quick answer to that. For anyone who's been around the entire time, for one of Sylvie's singlet episodes, solo episodes, in which maybe she wore a singlet, who knows. She
that was good.
She ended up going in to possibly try and break out her. Well, he was only an ex-lover because he had been nabbed. So she went to try and break him out of what was the building? Brancy, yeah.
Which was a transit camp that it was originally built to be futuristic high-rise apartments, but it was never really used. They sort of very quickly turned it into a prison, like for political prisoners, military prisoners.
Hugely, like, people just stacked in there, like.
And then they turned it into a transit camp for all of the communists and Jews that they were rounding up to send off east. And she infiltrated, in her solo episode, she infiltrated Drancy.
Yeah, and she ended up going in there. And yes, you all remember him, Dimitri. Was in real bad shape, really bad shape. But it wasn't just him, it was everybody. And then even in this situation, and even with the malnutrition and me muting myself unintentionally, like, people when they saw that she was there to see this man, and like have a moment with him, like, people made a barrier around them and like really went out of their way to really be respectful and provide the space, even though there was literally no space. And it ended up where she had to leave him there. But what she did was she had ended up taking notes from as many people as she could get them from. And so she managed to get all of these notes out, and the team mailed off all the ones that had any sort of identifying information. So people's families could find out and things like that. And then all of the notes that had no real identifiers, she ended up just keeping on her, which pretty much lasted the entire time. But I think for me as a player too, and I say all that to say that, even though for anybody who role plays, about the bleed and such, and like, going into it, even it being, Dimitri was an NPC, and it is this crafted moment, but for me coming out of it, how many Sylvie and Dimitris were there? How many of these, and being able to inhabit that moment and being able to really honor it and give it space makes it so much more real, than just like reading about what happened in a textbook, or even watching like a documentary or even a movie where you're not a part of it, and so it really brings it to life, just as a player.
I am not muted. Absolutely. Thank you. And I have.
Me. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'll forget it.
Oh,
It'll
yeah, no,
just
absolutely.
leave
I'm
my
just
brain.
looking at our boxes. PB.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. So you wanted to know a couple of things, and I've already forgotten one of the questions, but one of the questions was, as a player, what were your like concerns or expectations out of this campaign? And while I am sure there is someone out there that I have not met yet whom exists, Trooper is probably the only person in the whole world at this moment in my life that could message me and say, hey, I'm doing a campaign about World War II and we're fighting Nazis. And I could be like, this is going to go great.
Yep.
And so, like, because I know that he will do it with respect. And I was in Night Witches, and I just remember feeling so proud to be in that show, and even though I had a very small role, it was bringing true kind of like light and education and just like making these people real. We were playing like real people as well in Night Witches, and I just remember feeling so proud of that project, and that I was a part of it. And I remember learning, and he would read quotes from real people every episode. And I remember watching City of Light and Shadow and going, this is a crazy dark episode. It was an episode where about the serial killer. Am I allowed to talk about it?
Yeah.
Yo, Troop, I was watching that and I was like, wow, this is a crazy episode. And then afterwards I talked to him about it and he goes, oh yeah, it's this guy in history.
Yeah,
it was a
for
real
real.
story.
Yeah.
And I went, oh wow, this is the love and care and attention that he brings to a campaign like this, especially something with historical significance. So as a player, I knew there might be tough elements to it. But I knew that it would be handled with care, and anybody that he would choose or cast would also handle it with care. So I had absolute confidence about that. And as far as how it like felt to be there and present in a character that had to worry about whether or not they were being found out, whether or not looking at somebody the wrong way would get them killed, whether or not, risking that little Shakespeare nod in your telegram is gonna, like give it away. Or if your lover and your fiance is dead today, like all of these things was incredibly stressful and emotional, but like so worth it to kind of go to that space so that you could kind of, it gives you a new understanding. And I'm sure you felt this watching it, because I felt it watching the episodes I wasn't in. It gives you a fresh understanding and empathy for the real life people that went through this. So yeah, that's my 2 cents about that. I don't know if you had another question in there, but
did, but I wanted to know what connection you have as a player to this world that you sort of brought in.
Oh, ooh, okay. I'll tell you a fun one that I don't think I've told you guys. Miss Doris Archer is made after my grandmother, and her name was Doris. And I absolutely did that. And she died the year before I was born, so I never got a chance to meet her. But for this, I asked a lot of questions about what she like, so that I could play her, and it made me feel a little bit closer to the grandma that I never got to meet. So that's a fun one.
Tears, you almost got me.
Yeah. Like I'm actually getting a little emotional right now. But yeah, I heard she was absolutely amazing. And she definitely, the story about stealing food to give to children is not from her, but she's the type of person that would have done that. Like she made food for any kids on the street, and she would just go out of her way to just take care of anybody that was a lost soul. So yeah.
And Rockette, I'm just going back to her moment, because I do know that I don't feel like you answered that question.
What? Go on.
What connection do you have to the world that you inhabited for this time?
I think one of the probably most direct and obvious ones is,
not everybody knows.
That's fair. Yeah, so Sylvie as a performer, biracial person, singer, jazz singer, I did in fact draw from my life on that, in that I too, as it happens, am a biracial Asian person and a singer and a
What?
jazz singer. And so
Les
I
shock.
I was super, oh my God, I was super thrilled to actually be able to bring that into play on certain occasions. And some of the stuff that was really fun was Trooper sending me songs of the time, of the era, so that, you know, it's not like I didn't Google it, I did my own work as well, but you know, it's nice to have someone who's very well versed in such things to steer you in the right direction. So that was really fun being able to bring that in. And also Sylvie was a shit starter. Bringing the chaos a little bit. I may have pulled a little bit from myself on that too, maybe.
But there's something else you did not share.
Now you're looking at me because you're wanting something specific.
What do you know,
are
Trooper?
from the same hometown as Josephine Baker.
Oh my God, yes, that's right. So we did run into Josephine Baker at one point. A small footnote. And yes, I am indeed from the same town as Josephine Baker.
That's
And I've
very
actually I've been
cool.
to Paris, so it's as if I escaped to Paris too.
Now I want to go around next. Let's see who's next to think about, what you brought to this place, what you learned from it, what you got out of it in this world as a player. I feel like I'm just seeing KP making a gesture, which means, Kate, by the way, you're now getting Professor Pennington, where I'm calling on people, just waiting for him. The minute you make a gesture, I'm like, you're next. KP.
Oh man, I think I do have an answer. So I really thought with Pritham, my idea was, what would happen when a very innocent man who's never really had a lot of life experience, whose only view has been through, I mean, it was a cage, but it was a golden cage, right? Where he doesn't know the outside world. He doesn't really, he's not even experienced his own country, let alone anything else. And what the problems there have been. He's very much spoiled. He's like that 16-year-old child that's come from, like a white kid that comes from a very rich family who has all the well intentions, who wants to be an activist, but doesn't really know the struggles of the world. And then jumps out going, I'm going to save the world. And then goes,
and then looks around and goes,
shit.
oh, wow, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then to be not only thrust into a situation that already can be like, even if he just stepped out of his castle, outside of his kingdom, and went to a remote village, he would have experienced some level of hardship and understood all of that, right? It's like the entire premise, or the myth behind Buddha. He was Gautama. He was a prince once. He walked out, experienced the sadness of the world, and then he decided to let go of all his worldly things. He didn't just walk out. He got thrust into the worst situation possible that's happening in the world at the time, with the most like an insane level, sorry, wrong word, wildest level of atrocities being committed. And now he's going, what the hell is going on? And I really kind of wanted to see how that would affect a person like that, how he would affect other things around him, whether someone like that, how can they retain their humanity? How can one retain that sense of self, that sense of innocence, and let that propel him into making decisions that maybe someone who's already been jaded for a long time might not be able to take or see, right? Or maybe he'll go the jaded route and he will get corrupted and he will get burnt out from what he's seen, especially being someone who's a doctor, right? He's going to see a lot of the atrocities of innocent folks. So I really love that idea. And I also wanted to bring an Indian character into this, specifically because this was a worldwide event. It affected the entire world. And when a lot of the times a conversation about this piece of our history comes up, it's almost always through the Western perspective. It's always through, Japan did this, America did this, UK did this, and that's it. You don't really hear about everything else that has happened in the world and how everybody else contributed. So I kind of wanted to explore that. And I want to take this moment as a big kudos to Trooper himself, because and I think, everybody so far has touched up on this, the level of detail, the level of research that you brought to this, yeah, and someone can be a history buff about World War II, but a lot of the times it's always specifically, once again, about Western involvement in it. And the first time he then talked about freedom fighters from my country, and I was just like, whoa, how the heck? Oh, and then involving that person into my story and into the grander tapestry that was this show, I think that just blew me away. And it gave me so many really interesting moments that I, as a player, as a character, I didn't even envision I would have to have that kind of a conversation. So I think a lot of that really dictated the direction my character was going to take. So I was very, very excited about that. And big kudos to you, bud.
One of the women. So there's a great book that I read called Women at War by Shelley Saywell, or Women in War, either In or At by Shelley Saywell. It's out of print, but you can probably get it for like $4, somewhere. And it was a collection of first-person interviews of various women who served in times of war. And it started with World War II because those people are still alive. And there were like 5 World War II chapters. There was a French resistance chapter, an Italian resistance chapter, a Warsaw Uprising chapter, a Russian chapter, a British chapter. And then there was a Korean War chapter. There was like a French Indochina chapter, a Vietnam chapter, and an El Salvador chapter. And in these chapters, they just interviewed all these different people and what their lives were like and what they did. And in the chapter on the French resistance, I learned about Noor Inayat Khan, who was an Indian princess, and she was a member of the French resistance, and she was a radio operator, and she was very brave, and she died. She was captured by the Gestapo and tortured to death, and she died, but she never gave up any secrets. Never did. And she was the first Muslim person to win the French Croix de Guerre. And I thought about, for me, that I was thinking about this woman, right? This Indian Muslim woman who was a princess who she fled France, got SOE training, and was the airdrop back in. And I think, oh, but she's the resistance, right? Like, she's part of this story. And I know that so many people have never heard of her. And when you came in, KP, and you told me who you're going to play, I was like, oh, that's wonderful. Because I want people to know, right, that Paris is an international city because it's also a colonial empire. And there was this huge, massive amount of people who were there in all these ways and all these really important stories that connect to like the famine that was happening, right? The Bengal famine, which you can thank, Churchill for, freedom movements here, all these different parts, this was happening everywhere. Finland, Norway, South America. I mean, the whole globe was dealing with this, and there's so many stories, and those stories were also happening in Paris, which is one of the reasons why I picked Paris, because they all kind of went through there, and I was so happy to have you come in and join, because I knew that would sort of give us the space to talk about this stuff that I wanted people to know,
I appreciate that. And that's one thing to just, maybe involve in a much more like microscopic sense, just Preetham's story, but then to connect it to the larger stories that are happening and bring in, and not just bring in, but understanding their principles and their methodologies of these very historical figures that were happening in India. Because everybody knows about Gandhi, right? The freedom fighter who he was. But there were so many other freedom fighters. And the one that you picked was, like, if I were to compare them to known martyrs and known fighters in the West Coast, Gandhi would be obviously like Martin Luther King, whereas Subhash Chandra Bose was our Malcolm X.
Yeah.
And that concept of we have to raise arms, we have to fight, and whatever the means that might be. And if it means shaking hands with the enemy of our enemy to get us out of this situation, that's what we'll have to do. And I love the moral quandary that Preetham had been placed in that situation, because he's like, I want my people not to suffer anymore. I want them to get their freedom.
Yeah.
But you're making the deal with the devil to get that. And what is it worth at the end? What kind of a freedom is that, knowing that you've gotten it over standing above innocent people's lives?
Yeah.
A bunch of bodies that had no contribution to any of this. And there was that duality that was constantly happening. And that was a lot of fun to explore.
And Werewolf Fields notes it's really especially important considering the Islamophobia that's going on in France and across Europe to remember that like Muslim people are also French, right? Like you're not a foreigner to France. You're French, right? And like there's a long history going back hundreds of years, right? And I think this is also part of it, right? That we live in a diverse world, and the world has always been diverse. And we may not tell those stories, but those stories are true. Do you remember when was it Battlefront? The World War II game? And
Yeah,
a couple years ago.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I think
years
usually.
ago, yeah.
Yeah, they had a woman on the cover who had like a prosthetic on her leg, and she was there, and a bunch of people lost their minds. They're like, I hate all this PC wokeness. I want my first person shooter to be super historically accurate. And women didn't fight in World War II. And there were no women who had like prosthetics, and there were no prosthetics during World War II. And so I'm really unhappy that we're having this image. And I was like, you don't know anything about
World War II, yeah.
You know nothing about it. And that was always in my mind, right? The fact that we have this mythological history that is just not true. And I was so happy.
Yes.
Thank
you, Lighting. What a shit take build to die on.
Right?
That deserves to
I
be said
saw the
out
same
loud.
thing and was
Yeah.
like, yep, I'm gonna read that out loud. Yep.
Yes. And I love that every single person here allowed me to sort of give something to you all, and you gave something to me to sort of like share in this moment that's so often invisible. And that's going to bring me to Greg. Tell me about what you as a player sort of came into this with, what you felt about coming into exploring this space, what you took from it, and your a personal connection you had to this space.
Sure. I mean, coming into this, it's a lot. For me, I approached it differently, obviously, than coming into a fantastical world, a Dungeons and Dragons or anything, because this was obviously based in the cold hard truth of our world's history. But I mean, and there are things that affected me differently. Interactions with all the characters, their backstories, the fantastic setting that we were placed in France. For me personally, to your original question of as a player, what did I feel when I came into this? Much like Rocket, I was overwhelmed. My biological father is a history teacher. And so while I love history, because of his wonderful upbringing, I tended to steer clear of it as much as I should. I'm educated enough in it, but when I came, every time we had our sessions, I knew that I was going to learn something.
Yeah.
And when I first started, I opened myself up and I said, okay, as soon as I saw, and I'll tell you what it was, Trooper, you're amazing with giving these fantastic details that I never would have known about. The apartments in France or Paris, how they had the back staircase and the smaller hallways, and we had pictures, and I loved all of that. And so you set the world and set the mood, but it was chat. Chat would drop some crazy knowledge that was just so amazing and so topical and so poignant for me. It felt like every session that I would sit there and I would write these down and I'd be like, wow, and I would think about it, try to learn a little bit more about whatever the topic of the day was. And the episode that blew my mind, I had nothing to do with. It was the first episode of our last season when you brought in that round table to basically talk about what was going to be going on the continent and how each of the representatives from the allied nations and military and how everything was going to be approached. And I found that so fascinating. And to be among chat for that entire session was probably my favorite memory as not a player, but as a person, as just an interested human in this fantastic world, to be able to sit down in the audience around all these people that had helped my dumbass out by telling me all these things that were going on in the, and to sit down and everyone say, hey, buckle up, Greg, you're with us now. Let's listen to what's going on. Fantastic. And so when I think about this show, submerging yourself in the emotions that's one thing. It's not an easy thing. But in a show like this, it's to be sort of expected that it's going to be heavy. It's not vaudeville, you're going to be doing some heavy lifting. I think of this show, I think of joy. I think of moments that I never would have had in literally any other show. Happened here, happened with these players, happened with chat, happened with you, Trooper. Shit, where can you literally ride a motorcycle with a jazz singer through the streets of Paris during occupied? It's an amazing moment, made more amazing, if that is even possible, by the community. Yeah. And God, I just loved every bit of it. Every fucking second I loved. So
I feel like this should be how history is taught in schools, where you've got little groups and they do tabletop like this and they go through and learn, because holy.
Yeah, because the characters, the dive into characters alone forces you to do a different
think
kind
about
of
it.
research.
Yeah.
Right. To dive deep into like Chad is talking about, things that we just aren't taught, right? We just are not taught.
The shit that would blow me away though
handles it very carefully though. It takes sorry, Greg, I just wanted to say, it takes a certain group of people to come together to be able to explore such a story without causing problems, without diving into in a very negative, or approaching it in a very negative way, or coming in with your own expectations on how the story should go. It's and I think we got lucky. I think, and not just lucky, I think in terms of just the right group of people, I think, came together to tell this story. And I really don't think it would be hard to replicate. I really feel like it'd be so hard to replicate without reaffirming a lot of the negative aspects of this part of history.
As somebody that once taught at a history center, this is difficult, right? Because history, like a museum history center, isn't under the same regulations that the state education and federal education system is, right? So what we teach, say for the Civil War, which is what we taught, states' rights taught in the classroom looks very different than states' rights taught at a museum.
Mm-hmm.
And we taught that through first person interpretation, which is basically LARPing.
Yeah.
We LARPed our way through the Civil War. Okay. And we taught kids in that way. And it used to upset so many teachers because, as Chad also pointed out, there's no standardized test that reminds you that the states' rights they were fighting for were slavery. Right. And so at the core, there's just, it is a different structure, but it's almost something to hope for, right? Like the freedom of a structure to be able to have those difficult conversations you're talking about, KP, the ones that show the bad side, show a serial killer who murdered women simply because he got off on it. Right?
Because he could.
And because he could, because the system let him get away with it.
Yeah.
Right. It's just a whole other level of educating people on like a cultural level, not just a historical level.
Yeah.
I think about two things. One, the thing that always frustrated me when I was in middle school learning history, right? We were doing ancient Rome, and there was like a Caesar and another Caesar, and
like world history Caesar, or whatever's taught. Yeah. A
bunch of them. And I remember I said, what did
world history
regular people do? Like, what were their lives like? What kind of houses did they live in? What did they like? What was that like? And my teacher said, because I suppose she just don't want to get into it, we just don't know. And that's all not true.
Liar.
I know. And so what I learned was that basically no one ever talked about working class people in any of my history classes. And never once did I learn history in a way that humanized people.
Yeah, that's the important part, I think.
Yeah. And
this show did.
Yeah, I've become interested in these are people, right? These are
Mhm.
people who, it wasn't just that there was this big battle here or this there, but like people who are like, oh, wow, there are still nightclubs happening in this moment. Or people who, are what we would call today non-binary and walking through the streets and kind of getting away with it because they know somebody who knows them. Like all these little things that are just um, real. Do you know what I mean? Like these like real little moments. Like what kind of food did you eat? Or the fact that you couldn't get real good cigarettes and these things that make it real. Like these are people, not just sort of a
Hit
name.
home.
And I always feel like that is like a core value of mine about making, because it's about empathy. It's like building empathy. If you can build empathy for people from a different time or place or both, I feel like that's probably gonna make the world a little bit better. And so for me, it's
Yeah.
about sort of creating a space to build empathy in people who are not you, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say one thing too, just as far as creating space. It takes a really incredible GM to not only make such an immersive world, but create what for everyone involved. I'll go ahead and speak for everyone. Feels like a safe space to explore this. To really get vulnerable with
Absolutely.
the emotions and the decisions being made and such like that. Like it could not just happen on accident,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
not with somebody
totally.
who is really, really keyed in and really sensitive to these things and really cares about both the content and topic, but also everyone involved here.
hmm And to take it back to what was said earlier about like it takes a certain group of people and this might be difficult to replicate. Troop handpicked y'all, right?
I did.
So it's like, yeah, like that makes a big difference. He knew he was choosing people that would, bring light to it and respect and be willing to traverse difficult waters to, kind of explore this topic. So,
Yeah. Casting is very deliberate, is what I would say.
Mhm.
And
We still need to hear
speaking,
from Dot and
right?
oh
And
yeah, go
here's
ahead.
my
You're on. Yeah,
transition.
you and I are on.
Like
There you
speaking
go.
of deliberate casting,
Oh no.
one of the first people in that
It's
group.
no, you know what I'm gonna say, which is why you save me for last.
First, I'm just saying that
know why you saved me for
I had some deliberate casting there, and one of the you're actually going second to last, but the deliberate casting is you. When I first started, I was like, I want specific people, and I asked
Yeah.
specific people, and you were one of those very specific people, Dot, that I asked.
Do you want me to tell everybody why?
Please.
Okay, so Trooper and I have spent a lot of time in private Zoom hangouts and chats and co-working spaces talking about a variety of things. But early in our budding friendship, there were three things that got brought up a lot. Tabletop given, World War II, and spies. Okay, let's just those things were brought up a lot. And we talked a lot about World War II from the perspective that Trooper was just talking about, because I also love World War II history from just a general historical standpoint. That's a little bit of a war nut, without saying like I like war, but like I'm obsessed with like the history of battle and the ways in which our world has changed because of the ways in which we chose to change it. And so I love it. And so one of the most impactful books I ever read was called The Rape of Europa. It is a book about Hitler's cultural takeover of Europe and what the the kind of fresh warfare that people did not expect. And the reason that Hitler could do what he did is because he attacked people at their culture, at their core. And he mostly did that by taking their art, burning it. And I say art includes literature and buildings and history, the things that actually keep people rooted here for eternity, the things that define us. He took. So I was obsessed with this book, with this idea, and in particular, a woman named Rose Fland. And Trooper and I talked a lot about this lady. She was a badass and really became the starting point for Regina. Actually, I would say that The Rape of Europa is the starting point for Regina. I built her off this idea of the people that were fighting for art in World War II. including the Monument Men, which I imagine we'll get to at some point tonight. And then this woman, Rosa Bland, who was this Jewish lady who the Germans took, captured, and put in a bunker where they were holding infamous pieces of art that Hitler was taking from all over Europe. They were passing through this bunker. They thought she didn't speak German, and she did. And she stayed undercover as a non-speaking Jewish woman, and in private books wrote down all the art that came through and the families in which it was taken from. And at the end of the war, it was her journals that got the art back to where it belonged, to the countries, to the people. She's super duper inspiring. Actually, somewhere in my archives, I wrote a play about her. It's all about her experience in the bunker. So I'm obsessed. So that is Dot's obsession that came to the table that both developed Regina and where it started with mine and Troopers. Like little budding friendship. And yeah.
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
What was your reaction when he asked you then?
Okay,
Did you
so
lose your
Trooper.
mind?
Okay, so I have to be completely transparent. Trooper had
Yeah.
told me he's wanted to do this campaign for a minute.
Yeah.
That was something we had talked about. I got
Mhm.
the nitty gritty behind closed doors. It was like I've had this idea for a long
Mhm.
time. Troopers
Yeah.
had this idea, and so I think I hope
1988 is
1988 he's been
What?
and so
Yeah.
he pitched this game to me that he's been simmering on since 1988, and I was like, Trooper, you've got to do this. And I was like, oh, and so that is lead in from Trooper's question of how I got handpicked for this game is because of our mutual obsession. And there was like a level of excitement when we found two people that really wanted to do it. Cause I was like, I love Fate. He was like, I want to play Fate. I was like, Fate's my favorite system. Fate, and it's a World War II campaign. I was like, I want to think I said something like, if you don't put me in this campaign, I'll hate you forever or something like that.
I just
so I
got
might have forced my
incredibly
way in.
emotional about that.
Yeah,
Troop,
yeah.
I had no idea this was something that you've been holding in your heart for that long. Thank you for picking me to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Holy.
It's a huge deal.
Yeah, I've been building this game since 1988.
Same.
This is when I knew that I wanted to run this game, but the players didn't yet exist that I needed. It took until this moment before I found the players that would allow me to run this game. I waited decades before I could run it, and I slowly gathered pieces and bits and props and all that to wait for the moment when the players would be there. And thanks to online gaming, I was able to find the players. And I don't think I would have otherwise.
Goes to show anybody else out there who has amazing ideas like this, don't give up. Your
Yeah.
time will come. The moment for your show will come or your idea will come. Don't give up on it, because clearly if Trooper decided that this is not something because it's been so long that no one cares and therefore he's not going to show it to the world, we would have missed out on an amazing story. And I'm so glad. I am absolutely honored. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Well,
So
and
anyways,
waiting as it had, it just so happened to come out at a very
yes.
appropriate time.
Yep.
Mhm.
As fashion was re-rising, this was like the players were there, the time was there. It was now the moment that, and I also think this is a weird thing to say.
I have chills. I have goosebumps.
I think the gaming community has changed enough so that a thing that I just don't think I could have done it in 1988 for so many reasons. But I think the kind of ways in which the RPG community has changed has made it so that the players that I had always wanted were there. The technology allowed it to happen. The time period said it is now important to do it. And I knew in 1988 that I wanted to run it, but I had to wait. And then I found you all.
So there you go. I remember that Zoom call where you're like, I had this idea. I haven't really shared it with anybody. And I freaked out. And and here we are a few years later. So yeah. And of course, I should add my love of spy work. You know, we all have that thing that we're like, if I wasn't a blank, I would have been a blank. Dot would have been a spy. And if you can't tell that from the way I think about Regina, then I don't know, you're blind, because I'm living out a hard part of a fantasy of Dot being a spy and an agent through Regina. So also encouraged by Trooper.
I would have been
Also
a dancer.
encouraged by Trooper. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Greg, I want to come back to you because I don't think you answered my question. What was your connection to this time and place? So you didn't answer that one. I saw you try to weasel out of it.
I deliberately didn't answer it because I'm going to leave this for later.
Okay.
And this might be a surprise to you, Trooper. I'm not done.
Ooh, go on.
Not yet.
Oh man. All right. I see you. get back to you. There's something I will tell you, but I want to go to the last but not least, because I believe I have everybody except for the amazing Lindy, who I remember thinking to myself that, but not out loud. I was like,
Oh.
I would love to ask Lindy, but I can't. I feel like Lindy would be really good for the game, but I can't ask her. Because she doesn't like the kind of looseness of Fate, and so I don't want to ask her. I only ask people who I think will fit with all the different elements of a thing, but I really wanted her, and I was like, oh, I suppose I can't.
And then it was like 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I was hanging out with Trooper, and he's freaking out because he's like, oh man, it's gonna be this episode with Rocket and Greg, and I need 2 guests. I've got Josh, and I don't know, and I suggested a few people, and he's like, I don't know if they can't do it, they're already busy, or
They're not the right fit.
or they're not quite the right fit. And so I was like, well shit, I'm free on Friday. Like, you seem stressed out. Let's just, if you think I'd work, I'm free on Friday, I can make this happen. Please just breathe. And
True friendship.
yes.
Yep,
Breathe.
yep.
I will do it. It's over.
Yeah, I was
What
like,
she
I love
didn't know was that
history.
I had wanted her to be in the game, but I knew that that
Yeah.
wasn't her favorite system, so I didn't ask. Because like when somebody says to me, I really, really hate crunchy systems, then I don't invite them to a GURPS game, or vice versa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
see, My secret is that I care more about the people than the system.
I was
will play
just
a
gonna
system I
say,
hate.
give her the option to say
Um,
no. She can always say,
It's true.
you know what, I don't like that system.
Thank you, PB. But yeah, so I said, "Yeah, I'm free on Friday. I have nothing going on. It's fine. Let's just I can make this happen." So we made a character real quick, and he's like, all right, it's gonna be this is like a one-off thing. You're gonna be in Germany, so you need a character who'd have a reason to be at this fancy party in Germany. I was like, well shit, who would be at a fancy party in Germany? I was like, let me throw all my other ideas out the window. Because I knew it was a French resistance campaign. I was like, oh, we're not in France. Hold on. Fancy, some Nazi officer's wife. That sounds fun. And by fun, I mean terrible.
Yeah.
And then I was like, what else? She has to do something, make herself interesting. I was like, oh, I took some opera classes in college. Let's make her a German opera singer who's married to the worst Nazi officer husband. And Trooper was going over the character Smith. I'm like, no, I want him to be terrible. I want him to be just awful. Because, there's certain spaces in which you can explore certain things, and I know Trooper's channel is one of those spaces. So I was like, let's just make him like the most terrible asshole ever.
Did she know your character? Did your character know the extent of
he
how
was
awful
terrible?
he was?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
she
all
did
right.
not want to
Yeah.
get married to him in the first place. She was forced to get married to him.
Oh,
He terrorized her for like their entire marriage.
Wow.
Like
It
was
was-
real bad.
Yeah,
he never
it was-
beat her. But he
No.
would beat anyone who talked to her.
Ew.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. And by great I mean terrible, which is like,
Yeah.
oh, yes, it's the worst. I love it. And so we played that game, and I was like, okay, this character is gonna be in here once. And then Rocket during that game was like, as Sylvie was like, we're getting her out of here. She is not staying with her husband. I was totally fine to just
God,
fade in the
Sylvie,
background.
the powerhouse.
And
so
She was
Sylvie-
a force of nature. Sylvie was.
So Sylvie saved Freda, and of course Oscar helped. But it,
And yeah, Oscar's there.
I like that.
Oscar
Sylvie
helped, he
saved
was
and
there.
Oscar helped.
yes, because Sylvie was very inspiring to Freda. Like, she had met Oscar, she vaguely knew Oscar, but Sylvie was very inspiring to Freda, and got her out of there. And then we went back. There's something, you watch the episodes, they're out there. But it was very fun. And once I thought I was gonna guest a second time, because Trooper was like, hey, they're probably gonna try to figure out what to do with your character. It's gonna be like a finale thing. Maybe you should come guest again. I was like, I'm free this Friday. Why not? So I did. And then that same night, Tango was like, I'm gonna give you my brothel. And I was like, shit, does that mean I'm staying? And then I did. So whoops.
That's a lovely story.
I went from just being a once or twice guest to a permanent cast member. It's not the first time it's happened on the show, and I'm sure it won't be the last, but I had a lot of fun with it. And I love history. I'm a big history nerd, and especially some obscure history facts and things, like the year rubber gloves were invented and popular, which bit Greg in the ass in one campaign. He's like, you don't have rubber gloves. And I was like, oh, ha, 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 they have been invented. It was a moment. It was great. Yeah, everyone, like, doctors all had rubber gloves in the 30s. You're welcome. But yeah, I just love history, and so it was super fun to get to explore that. I was never really big into World War II history, and then I met my husband, who's super into World War II history, and not in like the weird, gross kind of way, just legitimately interested. So that got me interested in it more through osmosis, and so I was like, I feel pretty prepped to handle this campaign, although I did not know the marital status of many Nazi officers until this past season. So that's new information that I have learned. And I, of course, I just love learning things throughout the course of this campaign and contributing my own random obscure little knowledge about things and stuff, and exploring Freda, because she was not a character I thought I was going to get to play in the long term. So I had said some backstory jokingly to Trooper before Tango offered her the crime brothel, and I was like, shit. I'm like, oh yeah, her uncle's like super big crime boss, and Trooper's like, that's great. And then
It
I
was
was
in her
like, I got
backstory,
offered.
pre-existing.
It was.
Wow.
And so it was the perfect takeover. And I was like, oh, well,
Um,
let's explore the criminal element in the 1940s
Let's also say a much
Paris.
needed takeover. No offense to Tango, but that
It was
place
not a
needed
very
new
good brothel
management.
owner.
It needed new
It
management.
needed new management real bad.
Yeah, it did. And yeah, it did. And so that was super fun because I got to explore both the criminal aspect of it a bit and the high society aspect of it, because I know a lot about, surprisingly, I know a lot about the ground aspect of it. So the everyday life. So it was fun to get to explore the two aspects I hadn't explored much before.
I feel like you haven't mentioned the other thing that you personally brought to your experience in this game.
20 tons of mascara
Yes,
every episode.
that is
Yes.
actually what I was thinking. I was just waiting to see if you're going to talk about the mascara. Would you explain to everybody about the mascara?
So I like historical makeup. I think it's very fascinating and very fun. I'm very, very familiar with the 1920s from doing so many Call of Cthulhu campaigns with Grimjack and other people, 20s and 30s. And so this was finally getting to delve into the 40s, and I was here for it. And then I remembered I don't like mascara very much. And in the 1920s, not as much in the 30s, and in the 40s, they're like, the clumpier, the better. And I was like, no. And so
If it looks like a spider on your face, then you've got it.
you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
you
really
want the
interesting
clumps.
YouTube video. I think we passed it around for a while that was about the makeup of the 40s and
Mhm.
the things that they used.
Mm-hmm.
Right. In America was actually the first time because of World War II that we started compacting makeup because women needed
Yep.
to take it with them to work. Because for the
usually it was
first time
powder-
women
the
were in
big
the
powder
workplace. So
poofs.
the loose powder didn't work out. So
Mhm.
things like lipstick
And the
on the
red
go, powders
lipstick
on.
was a
German
big
women did not-
American thing.
Uh-huh.
German women did not. Freda was able to get away with it because of theater.
Yeah, because of theater.
She's a singer. But that's
But
the
you'll note
only
that
reason.
I
Freda
chose
was
not
able
to
to.
wear red lipstick as Regina because red lipstick was a sign of rebellion of women,
Yep.
American women against Hitler because he hated red
It
lipstick.
was. Unless you were on stage in the
I
theater.
did
in which
not
case,
know that. Wait, what?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, women
British
That
wore
is
and
red
American
so
lipstick
women.
in
cool.
the 40s because it was Hitler hated it. So it was their
Yep.
rebellion against
Yep.
him.
American and the British
Makeup
women did it a lot.
Yep.
And of course,
Isn't that
neutral eyeshadow
badass?
tones.
I wore red lipstick as Doris just for funsies. I had no idea. It was
Nailed it.
period.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
That
Yeah,
is awesome.
very dark lipsticks were in
Yeah.
Europe, especially in Germany, dark or nudes, but specifically really darkly burgundies.
Yep.
But I purposefully chose for Freda to wear her red lipstick as a little bit of an act of rebellion with the excuse of, well, it's theater makeup, which is why
Yeah.
I've always done Freda's makeup a little bit heavier than I would as
Mhm.
if when I was playing her alter ego, which was a French lady working at the flower
Yeah.
shop. Her makeup, if I knew I was going to an episode not as Freda, I would do the makeup a lot lighter because eyeliner was not in the 1940s. Not in
It
it
was
at
not.
all.
I love you so much, Lindy. I did all this research too. Like I found out that one of the reasons their mascara was so clumpy is because they didn't have it. So they used charcoal and Vaseline.
Mhm. Yeah.
And they would mix it and it would become like a thick paste. And that's what
And
they
you
put
used
on
like
their
a
eyelashes.
toothbrush to put it on.
Toothbrush to put it on. Yeah.
Yep. Lots of fascinating fun facts. So there's specific things about Freda's makeup that aren't as true to the 1940s, but they're true for 1940s,
Yes.
late 30s, early 40s stage makeup, which is what Freda models more so than the typical everyday
Yeah.
World War II makeup. So there you go, Trooper.
High five, Lindy. That was dope.
Love
History
it.
lesson for everybody. Boop.
Love it.
Yep.
And so I wanted to give something to you all since you shared with me. I want to share something with each of you. Rocket. Something about Sylvie that I loved.
Oh
That, like,
no.
as a Hmm. As a
This is
GM,
gonna kill us.
something that Sylvie, because each for me, right? I always I roll with the punches. Like whoever you bring to the table, I will find something about them, and whoever you bring for the table is an opportunity and a gift for me to explore something. And Sylvie, more so than any other character, including Tango, allowed for me to explore expats, right? Expat jazz culture and the ways in which many people of color went to France um, because it was a safer space than the United States, which was not a very safe space at the time. And there was this very vibrant, alive culture from people from the Caribbean, from the United States, from all over that got to be there. And there was this something beautiful and brash and bold about the interwar Paris moment that that Sylvie got to be and bring to the table. And Sylvie was important to me because I'm from California. I'm a Californian, and we have the Asian diaspora where I'm from. I'm from San Francisco and Oakland, and that history is so often just completely ignored and erased. And nobody talks about the ways in which Asian American people have been here for hundreds of years. They're just as American as anybody else. And they've had this very important history that, you know, as a Californian, and Rissa, who's my mod, she knows because we're fellow Californians. We grow up, you know, I was right next to Angel Island and you know, thinking about internment camps and the, you know, these places. And I think so much about how if it, for me, I want to sort of share stories that are often not shared. And Sylvie, you bringing Sylvie to the table and saying, here is Sylvie, was something special for me that allowed me to set up a space for you to share a kind of a history that is both about the citizenship of Asian American people as Americans, the difficulty of that in the time of war, but this really important jazz culture that is about freedom, right? I mean, people would say there was a quote by some jazz fan during World War II. He said, you know, you could never be a Nazi and love jazz, which actually isn't technically true. But the idea was behind is that jazz is about freedom, freedom of expression. And that is antithetical to fascism. And I felt that Sylvie, and sometimes I gotten her in trouble, but her uncompromising commitment to the freedom that came from jazz, the jazz society and jazz culture, and her grounding in herself, even if she played other people, was something so beautiful to me, and it was something that was important. And I want to thank you for bringing that importance.
Thank you for letting that space be. You know, I mean, I definitely have noticed the perception of Asian people in American history anyway. You know, I mean, for example, I was an adult when I found out that, you know, the law of if you are born in America, you're an American happened because of a Chinese person. And, you know, just the important roles that have happened that just afterward, nobody really cares about anymore because, you know, we just don't get to be a part of the conversation when it comes to race a lot of times. Yeah. But, and for anyone who didn't see, I think it was on one of the solo episodes where went back and, or at least talked about how when Sylvie first came to Paris, it was because it was because she was also a queer woman, and she was seen walking around with her boo, and then somebody got stabbed. It's a long thing. You should definitely watch it. But, you know, I mean, this whole idea of stuff that went in before that too, about like, you know, I think at that point in time, in the 40s, it had been like 20 years that people were allowed to marry people outside of their race, and things like that. So, I mean,
for some people.
Well, allowed, being a very broad and generous term.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
They
basically,
wouldn't kill
wouldn't lose
you.
your
They
citizen-
wouldn't kill you.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, for the
In
longest
front
time,
of people.
if you married a Chinese man and you were a white woman, you would lose your American citizenship. That was
Yep.
until the 20s or 30s.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, right, like, I mean, you could, but then you lose your citizenship. So
Mm.
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Says as
being
much
able
about
to
race as it does for women.
that.
Ugh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thank you for providing that space.
And also thank, if you don't mind, for embodying the kind of sexual freedom that was happening in the 1920s and early 30s. Like, I appreciate that as well. That was very important.
Yeah, well, and something I hadn't mentioned for anyone who may not have been familiar, Sylvie was older than I think almost everyone else. She
Yep.
was in her 30s. So that's why they got along right away. They were like, yeah, we know what's up. But
Mhm.
I mean, also this sense of, having been around for a minute or two, a little more concerned with you and what you want, as I feel like some of us get into in our 30s. I don't know. But yeah, there was a lot about it that I really appreciated the opportunity to explore, for sure.
Next up on the chopping block is going to have to be Greg. Something I really appreciated that you brought with Oscar. First off, Weimar Berlin was a place. Weimar Berlin was the center of gender and queer life globally. That's where protest rights and also like sexual freedom, it was a very important place, and it was the place they first attacked. And the kind of political resistance that happened in German cabaret, I appreciate very much that you brought a character to play who was part of that world, but then when that world was destroyed, they had to do something. And you were able to embody the very complicated lack of choices that many people had, where they had a life and a sense of self, and then when their world completely changed, they had to somehow find a way through that. One of my ex-girlfriends, her family, they were German Jews, and they pretended not to be Jewish to survive the war. And I think about Oscar, right? That he is one of those people whose background is Jewish, but he was able to get through. But what does it mean to live knowing that that is who you are and all those elements about you? And then you become the Gestapo, which happens, right? Because that's the safest place to be. But then what does it do to you to be in that place? And I really appreciate you bringing in the real complexity of a story that has happened, and the way that damages a person, and the way that Oscar was harmed so deeply and wounded so deeply by the kind of life that he felt that he had to live in order for other people that he cared about to survive. And there's a sensitivity that you brought to that story, because of the fact that he was relatively open, right? He had to go much farther in order to sort of make it through there. And I love that you brought that to the table, that with Oscar you brought that. And I also really appreciate that with Oscar you brought to the table the depth of trauma that those things do to you and how they harm you. And I appreciate very much that you brought that to the table, and that the way you could see that with the way that he sort of went to the group as a way, a form of a way out of this terribleness, but then he couldn't leave, right? And the ways in which that work, it's not great work, right? None of it's great work. Even being on the good guy's side, it's not great work. It's hard work. They're going to ask you to do terrible things, and the way that sort of weighs on you. And I appreciate the both of those sides, the loss, the remembrance, and his fear when he ran away from Mel, right? the way he ran away from the life that he had because he couldn't. And I want to thank you so much for that.
Oh, thank you, my friend, for giving Oscar a place to live and not walk around and breathe, but live,
Oh, wow.
to dance, to love, to remember.
And you gave me a gift in the cabaret and Dora and all of those people that, like, because everybody is created in the moment with you all, right? And so the people that I created to support you are gifts, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Next up, Lindy. You're up. Lindy, you are bold. You lean into badness. You're like, what will be really bad? Yes, I'll have that one. Thank you. And I want to thank you for bringing. So I was always fascinated by the ways in which criminality worked in time of war, profiteering, and these things were sprinkled. But you took it up, and you're like, no, let's use it, right? And you really sort of like, it was there, it was lingering, and people were interfacing, but you really helped to bring it to the forefront and really sort of take something that had been like percolating and moving forward to talk about the ways in which governments can be criminal, right? And the ways in which these things are interrelated, but also the ways in which some really nasty people were the only ones that could smuggle you out of the country. And the ways in which even good guys decided what they need to do is work with people who maybe were heroin runners, and the kinds of space, right, that this sort of built: human trafficking, drugs, smuggling, war profiteering. There's all of the sex work. And I want to thank you especially for really allowing that brothel space to come to the forefront. Because of Frida, I was able to sort of talk about the different kinds of brothels, what it meant for the women of Paris who could not work for the most part, because France was not a good space for women at that time, like the world. The ways in which they were forced, right, into sex work. And even if they were not official sex workers, they had to go and date Nazis, and what that meant for them. And the ways in which you brought to the forefront a care about these women, who are, many of whom were NPCs without names, that you brought a care and a spotlight to the reality of what that meant to be a woman in a very hyper-patriarchal natalist space, and for women who people don't care about often. And you made a character who cared about those women deeply because it is part of your life and history, and that gave a space to open up something that is important, because those women were the ones who bore the brunt of punishment after the war was over. When the war was
Technically,
over, people attacked those
both of
women.
my characters had something to do with that.
Yeah. You know, in Paris, they grabbed all those women who either worked in brothels, sometimes not voluntarily, or dated Nazis.
Those who survived.
And who survived, right? And they shaved their heads, and they made them like enemies of the state. They treated them so terribly when, like, dudes were forgiven and like let go, right? And so I appreciate the ways in which you allowed a space for that humanization and that care, and the space to open up a reality of what that meant to be in those spaces. And I appreciate that so very much, as well as giving that space. And I appreciate your awful husband. I mean, I didn't love playing him, but I thought it was important to highlight the ways in which many women, you know, we did not get no-fault divorce until the 70s. Thank you, second-wave feminists, late 70s. And New York only just got no-fault divorce a couple of years ago. Women could not leave unhealthy and dangerous marriages at all. And your giving this spot allowed you to make a character who was a fighter in a different way, right? Who was just as strong and as tough as anybody else, but in a different way, because she survived something that so many people have had to survive, that level of abuse. And she survived it in a way that wounded her as well, although in a different way than other people. And you gave us space to explore something I thought was really important. And I appreciate that very much for that story also to be told. Next up on the chopping block, KP. You do not escape. KP. First off, I was overjoyed when you said you wanted to play a character from India, and I was like, I'm so happy, because that is a story that I want to be able to explore and share. And I was very excited to like, oh, I wonder what you play. And then when you said that you were going to play a prince, I was like, you have given me an opening to high-level politics. And
which I had no idea I had done.
Oh,
and
but
as soon as you started,
Yeah,
I was like,
because Troop is
that
always
makes sense.
Yeah, he's always like, yes, this will work. Thank you. And then you don't know until later.
I think I did it because I wanted to approach the interplay between someone who, as any immigrant child, going away from your parents' expectations and exploring something else. So I was like, that'd be fun. And I loved what I think it was where Werewolf had mentioned, that you did the opposite of what most, like, your parents are disappointed that you became a doctor, not which is the weirdest thing. But I love that, because it's like, you're never going to meet that expectation of what your parents want from you. And to kind of explore that. And then I was like, oh, let's see what the highest form of this would be. And then you're like, oh, thank you. I'm like, shit, I fucked up. But no, I didn't. It was greatest. It was amazing. Sorry, go ahead.
Because it's about responsibility, right? Mm-hmm. So all of this is about responsibility. And as a noble, you have responsibility for your people, from your area. But you're also a puppet state of a colonialist invader who's not treating your people very well. How do you balance? And in a moment where the proletariat of India are rising up and protesting and then being shot, right, by British soldiers.
Yeah.
And this was a thing where I thought, okay, you're going to be fighting, right, to stop Hitler on behalf of the British government. What does that mean for your character? Yeah. And I loved the moments when you took this character who was very vulnerable and a little bit naive, and you're like, no, hold on a second. I'm a prince. You do not actually understand the power that I wield. And these moments of you spending so much time rejecting that and then taking it on, but then also knowing that that is a system that most of the people who are wanting to overthrow the British government they don't really want that system to continue. So what does it mean to be part of a system that has power, that might be able to do something important, like be able to actually take in refugees when nobody else will, but also a system that you are beginning to see is complicit in certain ways and is maybe not the most helpful, right? And that particular tension of how do you fight those things? What does it mean, that level of responsibility, to leave the responsibility? And when Pooja came in, was like, yeah, you left, but I couldn't.
Yeah,
right?
that I think, that was a fun relation to explore. And a big kudos to you for bringing, I think, the perfect person on. Pooja is absolutely fantastic. I had the privilege of getting to play with her on other streams, but to be in that position and be accused, because no one thinks they're the villain like that. It's just like, I thought, I couldn't escape. Yeah. I had the opportunity, I left, but it wasn't because I wanted to abandon you. It's just I didn't even think about that. I'm sorry. And you're just like, shit, I fucked up. Oh God. And you don't know what to do anymore at that point because it's too late.
And I know it's funny, but I was so glad that you were a doctor, because this also allowed me to explore some of the medical implications of that moment, right? There's a lot going on in terms of the kind of drugs people are taking, the kinds of experiments people are doing on people, the kind of, like, you being a doctor allowed for me to sort of bring forward the kinds of physical tolls that this takes on people, and have there be a space where you can come and sort of nurture that. Yeah. And you helped bring that in, and you brought in Chandra Bose, which if you brought,
no, I didn't bring, you brought him in. That's on you.
Bring him without you. Right?
I'm sure you frowned away.
Plus, we got shot a lot. I mean, we got
fair.
Yeah,
Very
but
fair.
none of you let me help fix it.
Look,
and some of us got
we
pregnant.
needed somebody. Yeah.
And actually, fertility became really interesting, and child rearing. A lot of things happened because of that, and I want to thank you for that. PB,
Oh no.
you do not know how important you are to this game.
Nope.
You were like, I was in a couple episodes. You were in the episodes all the time. All the time. You single-handedly helped me bring alive one of the core things that I wanted to do in this game starting in 1988.
Okay.
I'm just telling you how it is. Being a radio operator was one of the most dangerous things you could do. Radio operators had a life expectancy of 3 months. And radio operators often were very isolated because it was not really great for people to be around because if they got caught. If anybody else got caught, you could talk your way out of it. If you're a radio operator and
Yeah,
got caught,
and they weren't trained either.
I mean,
like,
they got
they-
like 2
yeah.
more extra weeks.
Yep.
Yay. But like, you can't talk your way out of having a radio. Like that, you just can't talk your way out of. If you got caught, you're dead. And the kind of intensity that comes from that relationship where you have one person that you get to communicate with and you have very little time to do it, and there is an intimacy in being able to know somebody's hand, how they be able to intuit what they're saying, if that dit and da was a mistake or not, that particular intensity. But having you there meant that the radio, which was always important to me, got to come to the forefront because that tension, can you get the message out in time? Will they hear you? When you send it off, what will you get back? If it had not been for Doris being Doris and Ophelia, something that for me is a core fundamental part of what I've always wanted to do with this, which was to explore that terror of having to broadcast. Otherwise, you don't get message out. And having the person on the other end of the line who is your only connection to some kind of normalcy. You did that.
And trust.
And trust.
Yeah.
And trust. Like the only safe place you have is
Yeah.
the person on the other end.
And then there are moments where you have to go, am I talking to my safe person, or is this somebody that is pretending to be my safe person?
Yeah. And the other thing that I really appreciate about Ophelia and what you brought to the table with Ophelia, and this is very important to me. One of the problems with representation is that we don't get enough of it. And by that, I mean, we might have one person, but when you have multiple people, that changes everything. It's important that there were multiple people who were queer in this cast, and they were all queer differently. And they all had different relationships to queerness. And people who were not queer. Like, all of these things were important. And Doris was a queer woman in the UK, which means in the military, right? And the territorial services, which means she's hanging out with a bunch of military lesbians, bunch of military, like, bi women and queer women, because they're all hanging out together. They're all joined up together, right? So she has a particular community. She's got to be discreet, and it could be dangerous, but she's got a particular kind of a community that she was able to manifest because she's in the UK during World War II in a way that some other people cannot do. And there is a particular kind of period-specific outness that Doris had. Was she out to her job? No, she was not.
No, yeah.
No, she was not. But she had a life, and you knew she did. And she
You almost were thanks to Tango.
And
Yeah.
she, okay.
Tango talked a little
Yeah,
too much.
did you not know that?
I did not know
Tango
that.
basically outed Regina.
Basically almost outed us in front of everybody. Yeah, that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, because he didn't understand discretion.
Discretion, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
He was
your-
excited for us, and in that
Yeah,
excitement,
that to be
Yeah,
fair,
but you
like
don't see
it
the
was.
bosses in front of
Yeah.
all the military
in
people.
front of the military lineup. Yeah.
Maybe not.
And the way in which you could show somebody who was not ashamed of who they were, proud of who they were, in a period-specific way, because it lets you know, because sometimes people are very anachronistic. They're like, I'm going to just pretend to be a person from 2022, but 1940, and then people don't believe it, right? They're like,
Yeah.
well, that's not how it would have been. And you were able to be that person in a way that lets people know that, yeah, Doris was there. She was there. This is real. And I appreciate faith, the belief in the mission, the belief in the team, the belief in Regina, the belief in the cause. From that moment where you want to do the right thing, you want to help people out, but you're like, I'm not giving these radios to this communist. That's just not going to happen. You, for me, were able to represent the agent who can be an ideal back home, right? And representing all that hard work that one has to do, right? The witness. And I will just say, as a personal moment, I want to thank you because out of everybody on the show, you were the closest to what I did when I was a spy in the Army. And being able to see somebody who appreciates the difficulty of being a witness who cannot do something physically, but must only record and watch, and what that does to you. That was very important to me personally, to have somebody represent the one who can't just run off and do the thing. What they have to do is they have to document it, and they have to hear it, and they have to listen to it, and they have to be the ears and the eyes, because otherwise everything will be lost. And that is a very hard position to be in, and you did that so well. And I want to thank you from me as a former person who did a job like that, very, very close to that, to doing that so very well and with such care for the emotional weight that that carries, holding those people as your responsibility. So I want to thank you very much for that, because that was something that nobody ever talks about, right? It's always the ones out there in the field, and it's never the one who has to stay and listen and hope that the next time, like, the person will check in, and if they don't, you don't know what happened, right? And I want to thank you for being somebody who, for me, was so very important. Thank you for that.
I can't talk very well, but thank you for inviting me, Troop. It was an honor.
Dot, I believe you are our last one up on the block. So you said, I want to play this person inspired by Rose Valland. I was like, cool, love it, I'm into it. And this thing here, and I was like, great. And then you said this thing. You said you wanted to play a German woman, closeted, which I was very excited about, because we forget what the closet does to a person. And so I very much appreciate, I appreciate very much the struggle you had, right? I mean, I love that we have both Doris, Ophelia, and Regina, because they're very different. Their experiences are different. What they went through is different. And that's important to know those differences. And to sort of be able to explore what it means to be closeted to yourself, to see Sylvie and not feel like you can do that at the moment, right? The kind of self-censorship and what that does to you, and that process of moving through that was important, because we never tell those stories in a way that's full of empathy. What does it mean to not be able to be yourself and to struggle with it, because we feel like it's kind of a passé story, but it's an important story. And you did that with her, and that matters to me. But the other thing that matters to me very much that you brought to the table that allowed a space for it, and you were not the only one, but season one, you were the only one in season one. The only one to play a German. We got more Germans later, but from the very beginning, something very important is something that you did.
Yeah.
There's a debate in Dungeons and Dragons about whether or not orcs can be inherently evil. And everyone's like, yeah, racial alignment's like kind of messed up and you shouldn't do it. That's pretty racist. Don't do it. And you'll always have people say, well, but we want people that we can just murder without feeling bad about it. So like if you take away the like racial alignment of the orc, then who do we get to murder without feeling bad about it? And people will say, who are being well-meaning, they're like, well, zombies and Nazis. You can just kill Nazis whenever you want and like never have to feel bad about it. And when they say Nazis, they just mean all Germans, right? Just they're imagining just mowing down human beings feeling like that'll be totally fine because we've created them, we've turned them into a monster. And this is what all that ugly propaganda does. It dehumanizes someone
Yes.
and makes them all the same so that you can commit atrocities upon them. And it is easy.
It's literally what we're fighting against.
That's
in the
literally
campaign.
what everyone's fighting against. And when you brought Regina to the table, and when you had Regina say something like, my country was invaded first, right? This is not how everybody is, and this is not I want to fight to liberate my country from Hitler. That was important to me because it's so easy to decide there's some people it's okay to kill.
Yeah.
And you never let that be the case. And that was just as much an important story because I would never want to do this show where it was just a let's go and just like mow down people because we're the lawful good paladins and
Good
everybody else is
guys,
like people can just murder them all. And you were the first one there, right, to play a German character, and I appreciate that very much because it's too easy, right?
Yep.
And when PB was in the opening of season 5, right, and they had to deal with the way in which all the allies were implicated, right? This is part of that story, and I want to thank you, Dot, for bringing that to the table.
Thank you for letting me. Not everybody would be. I imagine at a lot of other tables, if I've been like, I want to play a German, they say, no, we're fighting the Germans. Yeah. No, we're not. We're fighting Nazis. Yeah. And Nazis come in all shapes and sizes. Somebody in chat said it. We're still fighting Nazis. Look at Nazis today, most of which are not German. Everybody.
Yeah.
Right. And Nazis not about being German. But I remember telling you, there's a scene from an Indiana Jones movie. What is it? Oh, it's the one with Sean Connery. Anyways, the German. Thank you. No, not the Crystal Skull. It's
Last Crusade.
Thank you, Last Crusade. I couldn't get my words out. Crusade was the only word I could find. The Last Crusade there's the German woman, and she is not good. We all know that. But that scene where she watches the book burning. There's a beautiful moment that he captures on film, and beautiful acting from her, where you can see that she is upset. That it's almost too much for her. And we watch a German hurt by the Nazis, not a Nazi hurt by the Nazis.
Yeah.
And that was such an important moment, like to me, and I wanted that. And you listened to that and you let me have it. And I appreciate you.
Every member of this cast brought a character to the table that allowed me to do something to support that did something important for me. And then I would say as a GM, there were things that were important to me. I wanted to talk about abortion and what that meant for a woman prescient, let's say in 1942 as opposed to 2022. I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to talk about what it meant when you couldn't vote. I wanted to talk about generational trauma from Luke to his father. I wanted to talk about, I wanted there to be Jewish characters like Hannah who were not victims, but who also fought. I wanted to fight against that story. I wanted people to know that the Grand Mosque in Paris hid Jews in their basement, that the stories of people that we had were full of bravery, but I also wanted to talk about how people could be very nice but very evil. And people could be really awful people and be very pleasant. Or they could be not very nice, but still actually good people. And I wanted to talk about the ways in which things were not unified. There were fights about what to do. And I really wanted to talk about the difficulty of, if you resist, they will shoot civilians. And that is, what do you do with that? How do you resist when you know they're going to make it really hard for you? And I wanted those difficult discussions, and I wanted to know how people would deal with that. How do you deal with the fact that there's a government that will just round up people and shoot them because you bombed a railroad car and stopped it. And it's, can you live with that? And how do you deal with that thought? Because everyone would be like, oh, if I were back then, I'd just shoot Hitler. And like, well, would you? Would you? When they killed Eichmann in...
We tried real hard many times, y'all.
Yeah. But the thing is, when people, sometimes they succeeded. And when they killed Eichmann, Heydrich, right? The Germans came in and murdered entire towns in retaliation. They just killed entire towns worth of people. Was it worth it? Right? And these are questions that I don't have answers to, but I thought they're interesting questions because it's too easy to romanticize revolutionary violence and not realize that it is violence and there are consequences and that cannot be forgotten in the sort of like jingoistic rush towards valorizing murder, right? And I appreciated that. I wanted that, and I appreciated that I had a cast who leaned into it, who did hard things but then thought about it, and who never made violence. Even when you were a badass, even in your most badass moments, none of you made violence trivial.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that very much. That was important to me. That was important to me. You know?
I have a question for
Yeah.
you, Troop. I remember when you told me the name of the campaign, City of Light and Shadow, and I went, oh, I see. I just wanted to ask, like, how did that naming process come about for you? Because I feel like you very much had the duality there, always in your mind. So just wanted to know if you struggled with a bunch of different names and then settled on one, or if you've always had it.
I didn't have a name until we were in it. But once I knew, because Paris is a city of light. Now, people in English mistranslate it. They say the city of lights. And they think that Paris is a city of lights because of all of the lights, but that's actually not what it is. It's the city of light. And by that, they actually mean enlightenment, right? It is the city of science and of art and of knowledge. It's not light bulbs. It's enlightened thinking. And there was, after World War II, a big fight that happened amongst academics, historians. It was called the Historikerstreit. It was a bunch of German historians who were having this really, really intense fight in all sorts of journals and newspapers. And the question was the Third Reich, was Hitler the end result of the Enlightenment, or was it a break with the Enlightenment? Was Nazism hyper-rational, or was it irrational? And the fight was about Hitler. Was he a break with the grand tradition that was wonderful and awesome, and it was just an aberrant thing that had nothing to do with what had come before? Or was it the logical consequence of what happened after World War I and all the things that you said, right? So you think about the Enlightenment is this beautiful thing. The Enlightenment also has a shadow. The Enlightenment brought us the idea that some races are better than others. The Enlightenment was the age of colonialism and slavery. And thinking about categorizing people like, social Darwinism and all of these. I mean, Hitler, and this is not in the document that Dot was talking about. There's one called Architecture of Doom that I watched that was about his feelings about art, but also medicine. And architecture, and the ways in which all of this brilliant science, right, that came out in this moment from the 19th century onward was used to justify eugenics. All of it. And so for me, City of Light and Shadow is about the Enlightenment, but then the dark side of the Enlightenment. It's not just like Cloak and Dagger, but it's about this is the culmination of technological advancement.
Yeah.
And scientific advancement, and many things that we love, that we never want to see in ourselves, right? Lurking in ourselves. We took all those scientists.
Yeah. Or like when you're doing these good deeds, you're still killing, you're still killing people. Yeah.
It's that book, The Rape of Europa, it talks a lot about Dadaism and how Dadaism came out of the Second World War and the kind of art that came out of it because of the effect of this idea, this literally absurdist idea, right? Absurd art comes from a place where people were so traumatized by that duality idea of like, here is a man who was an artist, who thought that there were people not worth being on this earth, but he was collecting their art. He had such a high regard for art, and wanted to keep it for himself, but would kill people without thinking twice about it. And this duality that a man that has no empathy for human life can be so deeply drawn to art in a way is this absurdist idea that inevitably after the war started a completely new art movement around this idea of enlightenment. And like, are we wrong? Right? Is the advancement of chemicals and medicine the right move? Because inevitably it gave us chemical warfare.
Yeah.
And the gas needed to kill all of those poor innocent Jewish people. And so like it's such a crazy concept, honestly, that a man like Hitler could use so much propaganda to convince so many people that other people don't deserve to live, but you'll spend all of your money in the shadow of your war to actually collect the things that they found most precious.
Yeah. And I have often thought about the way in which we are all implicated in all of this. And that for me, when I lived in Germany in '92 and there was trouble, and all of these European countries were like, there was an attack that happened against refugees when I lived in Germany, and all these European countries were like, oh, you Germans, you're all a bunch of Nazis, you're terrible. And this was like Angelina Mussolini in Italy was saying that, you know, Mussolini's granddaughter who was in the government. France had Le Pen. Like, there were a lot of fascist people in a lot of countries. And I kept thinking about the ways, in the same way that we like to sort of scapegoat the South as like the only place where racism happens in the United States, which is just not a true statement. There's a way in which sort of like fascism gets sort of projected only onto Germany, when a lot of places that we're dealing with that, and also the United States, you know? And so I always wanted to think about the ways in which the bureaucrat, the people who are like, well, I wasn't Hitler. Like, no, you weren't Hitler, but you wrote a paper saying that it's okay to euthanize people if they don't help society. So, right. And so I really wanted to think about complicating the easy narrative and sort of recognizing action and inaction and all of that together. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you
Okay,
for
so
answering
now,
that.
yes, yeah, I have. Okay, so this is off topic, but not totally off topic. So I've been doing a lot of Lord of the Rings research because I'm in a One Ring game, and we all know that Tolkien was very impacted by his time in the war, and a lot of his experience gets brought into what inevitably becomes Middle Earth. But one of the pieces of the Silmarillion, this is very interesting, regarding Sauron, is that in his first iteration, before he was brought back, it was said that he spent weeks when he first saw the Silmarils, which were the gems of the elves that held the original elven light, that for weeks he found himself lost in the beauty of the Silmarils. And it wasn't until he cried a single tear from their beauty that his vision or his gaze was broken, and he was able to return to his evil ways. And that reflects so much of Hitler's
Yeah, the art and
concept
the
of
beauty.
art and
Yeah.
the beauty of finding something beautiful,
Wow.
but not the people in which you actually are slaying. Wow. Little parallel there, just a little light bulb for Dot.
Yeah. So this is what I want to do right now, if you don't mind. I would like us to take a 10-minute break.
Oh, okay.
So everyone can like drink their beverage.
I was about to say good, because I might need to touch my makeup up.
Get more wine.
Get more wine, stretch your legs. While we're going to go to break, I'm going to be doing a little bit of, I'm going to read out some stuff. But when we come back, I'm going to ask you the big questions. What happens to your characters over the course of the war? And I'm going to give some spot for chat to ask us questions, for you to ask me questions, for me to ask you questions. But I want to ask, the first question I want us to ask us all is, what happens to your characters? So we're going to take a break, but I am going to, I've got some things to share with you all. And I'm going to do that with do I have what I want? I bet I do. Okay, I'm going to take us to a. Oh, I bet it doesn't look the way I want it to, though, does it? Let me just see. Good enough for government work, I think. Actually.
Wow, y'all, what a conversation to kick this
Mhm.
show off.
Yeah. Let me take this off. Where is it? That needs to go.
Take it off.
I'm going to take it all off.
Take it all off.
There.
Yeah,
we go.
whatever you
So
It
I'm
was
going to
all
take
leading
us
up to this.
to a
Yep.
a screen with just me, so that you all can go and take a break. But well, maybe I won't just yet, because I want to read a couple of things first, and maybe you should hear it. It
Oh,
might be
okay.
important for you. I asked chat to share anything they wanted to share with the cast.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This is gonna hurt.
Definitely gonna
me.
need a make a touch up after this.
And I do have a couple of things to share. And I had them put it in the spoilers channel, and the spoilers channel is made just so that the cast can't see it. That's the whole point of the spoilers channel. It is the cast doesn't get to see this. So I will share a couple of things that were given as gifts from our chat. Messages from London. So first and foremost, Valtiel says, to everyone, this series will forever remain in my heart and mind as the most compelling roleplay series on the internet, and I am grateful for every moment of it. In Paris, the roses will always be in bloom. Vive la Resistance, Valtiel, 1493. And from Lightning Invoker's an amazing artist, to Trooper and the entire Kolos cast, I'd like to send you my deepest, most heartfelt thanks for this amazing show. It will live on as one of my favorite RP series. Not only did your performances inspire me as a GM and player, but I learned so much about the history surrounding that time. Thank you. Kolos will be missed. Vive la Resistance. Ice Bunny sent us a photograph of the Museum of the Danish Resistance in Copenhagen and says, Tak, thank you so much. Best of luck with future endeavors to all of the cast and the GM. William TW, who is our man in France and our note taker, says, thanks to all ever involved in Kolos for bringing all these PCs and NPCs to life with so much love and talent. Watching Kolos was like being at the movies for the night. Every episode is memorable in its own way. Epic battle, group brainstorming, intimate scene between two characters. I am very honored that you chose to explore an important period of my country's history and got me to delve into it like I had never had done. Again, thanks all and love. And I have one more thing to share, but in order to do that, I have to press a button. I have to press one button or else you won't be able to hear it. Let me get the button. Hold on. Downloads.
Wait, are we gonna hear it on Zoom or should we listen to it on?
No. That's the amazing thing about the Rodecaster Pro. I can just press a button and then you can hear it.
Oh, nice.
And
Okay,
I
cool.
don't even have to worry about that. So for you all, but I actually do have to press the button because you were mixed minus, and now you are not. So this here is a message from RQ Stefan, who has something to share with you all. And let me. Oh, you know what? I don't want it there. I want this here with the rest of us. Here's us. Here we go.
Good morning.
And
Listen very
let's see.
carefully. HSS
Wrong
is
one. Where
only
are we?
once.
Here. I need to do this. I need to monitor and output. And so let us do this. It's a very brief little moment as a
Listen
hello.
Good morning. Listen very carefully. HSS is only once. Ici Lons.
Loud, Trooper.
Le film des Roses de Paris est un succès merveilleux. Je répète, le film de Rose de Paris est un succès merveilleux.
A little brief message from Radio London. Thank you. Put that down. And people have shared a lot of love, specifically for you all. Each one of you has done so much. Also, Stiver and JF, every single guest. And you've all brought something very special to the table. And I want to thank you for that. And as we go out to break, I want to sort of give the words that have come in to us. I would like to thank, where are our messages? Rissa has donated 200 bits, who says, I have my tissues handy because I have no doubt I will need them tonight. 100 bits from Willen, who says, so happy to be here with you all tonight. Thanks all. Lightning Invoker donated $30 and says, Vive la Resistance. Indeed. A bit from Coronavirus, who says, take this infected biddy. Now I go. Thank you, Coronavirus. 500 from Lightning Invoker Bits, who says, love for Troopers' patience. Drathdeer, who is amazing, donated $50, who said, thanks for the great story, Trooper, and thanks to the cast for sharing their amazing characters and their journeys with us. I'm really going to miss this amazing game. And Rissa donated 1,000 bits, who said, so grateful for the experience that has been Kolos. And that is the intermission messages. We're going to go to break, and I'm going to play for you all the messages from our sponsors. We have 3 sponsors who are at the sponsor tier, who have dedicated and committed to donating $200 a month because they really want to support the cast and make sure everybody gets their labor respected. And the amazing Willen TW,
Thank
KY
you.
Hawkeye,
Thank you.
and a Neo and Amoeba. And
Thank you.
we're going to go to break, and we're going to hear some messages. So go, 10-minute break, take care of yourself, go get wine in a box perhaps, and
Yeah.
we will see you in about 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round. Do you like ice cream? Do you like diet water? Do you like state-of-the-art animatronic people helping you? Well then, do I have news for you? You should come down to Hawkeye's old-time gaming emporium. Behind the counter, serving up the best refreshing streamed content, is our very own KY Hawkeye. But he is not alone. By his side are his 2 assistants, Virgil, the caramel cyborg, and Tori, short for Victoria. It is the best Twitch channel that is secretly an old-timey ice cream parlor on either side of the Mississippi, or the Rockies. And you should hear about the specials. Monday nights is Bonnie's Bonbons. That is a co-stream extravaganza with all the float sodas and sundaes you can shake a stick at. I can shake a stick at quite a lot of Sundays, but there is also a Fudge Rodin Sunday special on Tuesdays, and the famous 1, 2, 3 parfait on Wednesdays, where wrestlers meet up in the squared circle to work out their differences with some healthy wrestling-style fisticuffs. It is all good, clean fun. Hawkeye's old-time gaming emporium. Their milkshakes bring all the gamers to the yard, and their content is more exciting than any Nickelodeon. Take your horse and buggy to their address, twitch.tv/KY Hawkeye.
This is London, the French speaking to the French. Before we begin, please listen to some personal messages. Gabrielle sends you her regards. The eyes are open. I repeat, the eyes are open. And now, a word from our sponsors. We give a special greetings to the bookkeeper, who has recently been promoted to one of the lead editors of the underground newspaper Défense de la France. The bookkeeper has been chronicling the triumphs of the resistance and the failures of the occupiers and collaborators for years. Without the dedication of the bookkeeper, the resistance wouldn't be able to have had the successes they've had. Thank you for your continued service, bookkeeper. Vive la résistance! Ici Londres, les Français parlent aux Français. Avant de débuter, écoutons quelques messages personnels. Gabriel vous envoie ses amitiés. Les yeux sont ouverts. Je répète, les yeux sont ouverts. Et maintenant, un mot de nos commanditaires. Nous voulons envoyer nos plus sincères salutations à The Bookkeeper, qui a récemment été promu éditeur en chef du journal clandestin Défense de la France. The Bookkeeper a ainsi fait la chronique des triomphes de la résistance et des échecs de l'occupant et de leurs collaborateurs pendant des années. Sans le dévouement de The Bookkeeper, la résistance n'aurait pu avoir eu le succès qu'elle connaît. Merci, Bookkeeper, pour vos bons et loyaux services. Vive la résistance!
Hello and welcome. This message is a message from a Neo and Amoeba. A Neo Amoeba has this word to say. Everyone, please go forth. Be gay and happy. It is the 1940s, and this is a moment where all good young people go forth and are gay. Think of yourself. Smile. Sing a happy tune. If you're not doing well, all you need to do is think gay thoughts, and you will be happy. Remember, gay means happy. This message is brought to you some cheer from a Neo and Amoeba. Hello, everyone. We are back. One moment. Hold on. Wait.
Holding.
Okay.
Waiting.
That needed to be invisible. That was a thing that just needed to be invisible. Nobody needed to hear that. But I feel like we are all back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is the epilogue for the main campaign of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And Ro, Ro, we've had so many amazing guests. You missed, so many amazing guests. But what we do need to do is talk about what happened to your characters. And then these are some questions that I have asked. I have questions for you. So I would like to start with Rockette Fox. And I think the reason why I want to start with Rockette Fox is mainly because she's found wherever Rockette Foxes are found.
Even behind you right now.
Also, could you drop a link, if you would, in chat, Rockette?
Absolutely. To what would you like me to link?
You made a t-shirt for season one.
I did.
And
I can in fact link that, yes.
Could you please link that? Because Rockette made this amazing t-shirt.
Let me see if I can find it.
And I just feel like maybe people might want to see it. So, Rockette, when last we left your character, she had gone, quite pregnant, had gone to America with Tango, the American con man smuggler, who came back because it turns out that his not so great ex was posing as a nurse and was taking care of his mother, who was getting more and more ill mysteriously as time went on, and made sure that information got out to draw him back, although I suppose he did not expect a Sylvie. She did not expect a Sylvie. So I would like to know if you might talk to me for a moment.
Of course.
It's 1942. We have another 2 and some years before the war ends. And then after that, there's a whole nother world. Could you tell me what happens to Sylvie over time? Dimitri's still in Paris at the moment. Did
he get smuggled out? Did I make that up?
Well, he's actually kind of working on. He's working as a courier, helping to smuggle people out. You got him smuggled out, and then he came back to help smuggle more people out. But this particular group wasn't talking to him. But he is in the process at this moment of he got out, you got him out, and he wants to make sure he can get other people out. So he's actually come back, and he's not just in Paris now. He's actually sort of moving along. He's up in the Netherlands, Paris, Italy. He's sort of hitting various places. He's actually gone back east to Romania and also Poland. He's basically just working with the SOE as a courier to help smuggle people out of the occupied zones, and that's what he's doing. But what about Sylvie?
So, Sylvie, after we last saw our dynamic duo, they did in fact go back to the States. I believe he was from Florida.
Well, he's
yeah,
not actually from Florida. He's from Texas, but you know.
But he's from wherever his mom is, and
Yes.
that would be Florida. So they went back, and indeed, there was some sort of suspicious nurse cruising about the premise. Pardon. And so
she shot him, you know.
She did.
Back in the day, way back in the day.
She did. To be fair though, I think Sylvie had shot at him once.
This is fair.
So
this is fair.
You know, I mean, we all know who he was. So
on her behalf, she didn't shoot to kill him. She shot him to injure him and then frame him for this robbery so that he'd go to jail and she'd get away scot-free. So I feel like that's different.
I mean,
is that kind of like the time they poisoned Falstaff because they didn't like him? Kind of.
Yeah.
You know,
kill him.
That guy was very rude to all of us.
That is true.
And you know, we had to send a warning to anyone else who might be rude, whether or not they are on our own side or not. He didn't die though, I don't think.
That's because there was some epic saving going on.
See, it turned out fine. It was fine. I don't think either Tango or Sylvie were at all involved in that saving either. I think that
Sylvie
was she okay.
Sylvie and Regina were desperately trying to keep him alive until
When Regina realized he was dying, I was like, "Oh, bad news.
okay,
We need to maybe do something about this, Sylvie."
and Stiver went to go and get Hannah.
Yep.
Because Hannah was across town, and it was like
Oh,
you had
that's
to.
right.
That's what she was. Oh my
Mhm.
goodness.
He had to get 3 successes to get to her.
That's right. He was on the bike.
1 to get her, and then 3 back. So that's 7 turns. If he made if it had basically like it could have been longer depending on how well he rolled, and each turn, Falstaff had to make a Constitution check, basically, right? A physical.
I want to think
check.
Hannah made it just in time.
Yeah, because in every round, that difficulty went higher and higher. It was like basically a poison attack that started off at 2, then it was a 3, then a 4, then a 5, and a 6. And he was already pretty maxed out with his damage spots and his like consequences and stress. And you all worked really hard to like give him first aid, basically giving him advantages, like some fate point advantages that he could then use to cash in when he had to make his body roll. Because, and I think at the very end he was going to have to make an 8, and he did not have. And like you had used you'd all worked so hard to give him as many advantages as you could to help him, like, giving him water, doing all the things you could try to help give him an ability to help make that roll. And he'd used everything you'd given him, and he was going to have to make one more roll. And I just don't think he was going to make it. And he had no stress and no consequence slots open. And Hannah came in. Tango brought her in, and she was able to make that roll to stabilize him before he would have to make a roll that would have killed him. So he would have died.
So we saved his life,
Yes.
is what I'm hearing right now,
Yes.
in a dire and desperate time.
Yes, and that's what I thought.
when we could have been doing anything. So really, he owes us everything. Is what I'm hearing. But yeah. So Sylvie and Tango get back to Florida. They do indeed find this quote unquote nurse, and who is not, by the way, happy to see Sylvie at all.
No.
She initially at first saw Tango and was very happy, but then she saw a pregnant Sylvie, and that joy that just illuminated her face very quickly fell. And
I suspect she didn't like the fact that you were not as easily manipulatable as Tango.
Sylvie is so subtle and so just passive aggressive, I would say.
Sometimes
So
just aggressive.
yeah, so needless to say, she made this woman's life a living hell, including some classic hits as literally lighting her things on fire, putting laxatives in her food, all of her food.
You do like to poison people's food and drink. That is true about it. Yeah.
It's a classic. It's a classic move. It never gets old. And she also did in fact put bees in her drawer. Very angry bees, because she might have shaken it. You know what? She might have shaken the nest up, but that's really neither here nor there. Anyway, the lady left. Is really,
you don't say.
But then what ends up happening is that, and this happened very quickly, by the way. It did not take too many bees before the nurse was gone. But a little bit of time went on. And as we had shared before, Sylvie is a little bit older than everyone else. And so as time went on, she started actually having a little bit of trauma with her pregnancy. And, she was pretty far along. So they went to a few doctors and stuff like that. But unfortunately, she did in fact lose the baby. After which she, they were staying with Tango's mom, and they were trying really hard to make it work, to kind of put it back together, pick up the pieces, as it were. It was not just the trauma of the pregnancy loss, but like a lot of trauma from everything that had happened in Paris kind of coming back. Both of them would at various points have some of this PTSD that would just like crop up at I don't want to say inopportune moments. Any moment can be an inopportune moment, but they tried to make it work for a couple more years. She did not end up getting pregnant again, because that was something that had been attempted a little bit, tried to actually start a family and such.
I imagine it was very difficult considering how baby crazy Tango had gotten and living with his mother, who very much wanted to be a grandmother. I imagine that was quite difficult.
Stress does not help, my understanding, with the body in any sort of way. So not good circumstances or surroundings for something like this. Also not a very romantic setting for, trying to make that happen. So as they try to work through things, couple years would in fact pass. And one day Tango would wake up and he would find that Sylvie was not there. In fact, it's, I would say, a tiger changing its stripes, a Sylvie changing her stripes, not easily going to happen. And so she is. And so she didn't really take anything. She didn't really leave anything. She didn't leave a note or anything, because that's hard, and that's a hard thing to do. And so she ended up going back to Paris and spent, it would have been right after the war, when everything is still a mess. Like literally things are being cleaned up as we speak. And she went and spent her time looking for Charlie.
Charlie, I will note, was waiting for you.
Then it is a happy ending. I was ready to be like, and she spent the rest of her days looking for Charlie.
No, I mean, Charlie knew you were coming back, or at least hoped. Like, you have to just tell yourself that. Do you know what I mean?
Also, Charlie has, Sylvie and Charlie had been together, not together, but also together since they were both teenagers.
16, and 17?
Yeah, and they're both the reason that they left the States. And so I would imagine Charlie probably knew Sylvie pretty well. And also that Sylvie is never going to really stay away from her for very long. So she did end up, I would imagine a ship pulls in. And my understanding that I heard from a little Oscar-shaped bird, but an hour ago, that Charlie was last seen working at the docks.
That is correct.
And I would imagine.
Dressed as a man working at the docks?
Oh, listen, Sylvie would, dressed as anything, Sylvie would know this Charlie. So I would imagine Sylvie's coming down off of the
gangplank.
Thank you. I was going to say ship bridge, but coming down the ship bridge and kind of scans around, and she doesn't know where she is. They haven't really kept in touch. Scanning around, and then as she looks over, her eyes fall upon a familiar male-dressed figure leaning on some crates, not doing anything in that moment, but just looking, arms crossed, maybe looking a little sour, hat kind of low, but then lifts their face up, and it is indeed Charlie. And Sylvie, she has just one little bag with her. She chucks the bag, she yeets the bag, and then she goes over and gives Charlie a big hug and gives Charlie a big kiss. And they immediately start walking into the city, talking about the next bar they're going to open, or the next cabaret, or just whatever it may be, the next business endeavor.
I imagine, because Charlie, was undercover and was now just didn't leave, right? Kind of stayed there. I imagine Charlie would go by what was the old Bricktops here and then, couldn't get it back, of course. But when she arrived, I bet they could get a bar, right? It was I know some people.
Oh yeah. I mean, Sylvie was known, I don't want to toot a horn, but, she,
a toot toot.
but toot toot. You know, I mean, the people, and I imagine especially after the city is reclaimed in its rightful way.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what better to bring up the spirits
Mm-hmm.
of the people
Mm-hmm.
than with some jazz?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe some
Absolutely.
musical numbers, because she did hear a couple things while she was in the States. You know, maybe starting to go into some musicals.
And I imagine, I mean, look, let's be upfront. You still had many contacts. You go back to Paris.
Oh yeah.
You have many contacts, and there are people who remembered, and I imagine that there are people who remembered what you did in Berlin when you sang jazz you were not supposed to sing.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
didn't go well for us.
It didn't.
Worth every minute.
No. Well, yeah, yes and no.
But
True, that's fair. Yes, true.
people remember that. It was not so great in 1942, but in
It wasn't, but-
1945, that's a different story.
Right. And I'm seeing here in chat too, as far as how Sylvie's vocal is doing, you know, as far as changing the stripes in terms of people she wants to be around, places she wants to be, she's a performer, man. And anyone who's a performer knows you are not just gonna settle down and not perform again because you get the itch. You get the performing itch. And if you're told like, no, it's fine, just hang out here and look at the beach or look at those trees with the weird roots and stuff like that, you know, there wasn't really a place. And honestly, in the US too, there was not a place for her to have a jazz club, to sing jazz on a stage for anyone, you know, at least to the caliber that she was wanting to. So, you know, I mean, a lot of stuff was just kind of taking her a little bit farther away. And as far as to answer Hawkeye's question, she may have brought a little bit of shameless rock and roll, just a little bit, just a little scotch.
So I imagine Paris after World War II had an amazing jazz scene. All sorts of people decided the United States was maybe not that friendly for them, and they went to Paris. And there was this really intense and very sort of hip international jazz scene. And I imagine you coming back to Paris right after it's liberated, you get to be part of that rebuilding of this place.
Oh, and that's what she would live for. You know, I mean, there was a time back during, I don't even remember what the context, it might've been one of the questions you asked at the very beginning, but just after all this is over, what is the ideal place and time that she would see herself? And initially she said like, oh, you know, out on the French countryside, having some grapevines and stuff. Like, no, that's not what she wants. She does not want that. She wants loud, raucous, you know, she wants to walk around where everyone knows who she is. She wants to like yell at people and, you know, maybe throw things back at people once in a while. She wants to like know all the business owners. You know, I mean, she wants to be in the thick of it.
And as Jer points out, after the war, they shut down all of the brothels. So
not anymore.
A lot of spaces that you can get to go and have be your jazz club. And I imagine Charlie's really happy to go back to being a bartender rather than a dock worker. Oh, I'm seeing these 50s outfits.
And the two of them lived happily ever after. And I would like to say too, that I think after all of this, like, man, war is trauma. All of this is trauma. And Sylvie and Charlie both coming through that, I think like at this point, when Sylvie calmed down in the romance department, maybe not really, but I think she would fully embrace like actually being like a primary partner with Charlie and like actually showing that and having that be more of you know, official Facebook status changed kind of scenario.
Charlie always felt that you would wander, but you would always come back. And which was why Charlie did not have the best relationship with Tango, because Tango had different ideas about that. But
Charlie didn't know Sylvie much better.
Right. And I think that the idea that I see Charlie like taking the racks of beer out of the case, right? You're doing your thing on the stage, and Charlie's like how Charlie is. in the background, watching, supportive, and like being proud, you know? That
Well,
when
and she,
all that ends, you come back.
yeah, and it's Charlie's the perfect, I don't want to say necessarily foil, but the perfect opposite grounding person, you know, who is going to be calm, reasonable, maybe a little calm to a fault sometimes, or, a little bit of a flatter affect, but really being somebody who is that opposite in such a way that helps kind of balance things out. And also looks like, does Sylvie ever try to reconnect with Regina?
And the other PCs.
And the other PCs. I think that once she's back, first thing is first, getting in touch with Charlie, figuring out what the next steps are, finding a place to sleep, lay the head. I don't think it would be too long though before she'd start like getting the word around, talking a little bit, seeing what happened with everyone. Because I mean, she was not getting really any information on what's happening with people back in Florida.
No, because all that's classified.
Yeah, so wanting to find out, like, is everybody okay? Did they make it? And I think it would have been probably one of the first things she did, except for the fear that she would find out that they didn't.
Yeah.
But and she can't help herself. Like, she would still want to know. So after like kind of settled in, would start putting the feelers out and trying to see. I think if anybody is still in Paris trying to make a little drop by, a surprise assault of excitement, perhaps, and anyone who is out, I think she would send some letters.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, there's
Doris,
always a table for you, free drink on the house. So I think that is what her plan for that would be.
I have to ask about Doris. I want to ask about you two both together.
Oh,
So
sure.
I have a 4. So you've got 2 and some more years, a lot more bombing. You're in the UK, not a great time, but vital work. A lot of Vera Lynn singing "We'll Meet Again," "Don't Know Where, Don't Know When," all of that. How does the war treat Doris, our Ophelia, and what is in her cards afterwards?
I rolled for this because originally I was going to kill her. I was like, it would be crazy, dude. It's such cool character growth as well.
She gets hit in a bombing.
Yeah, that's was the original. But I rolled and she lived. So I was like, okay, so then what happens to her? And I think, and I'm sorry in advance, Dot, if this breaks your heart, but I had always assumed that Regina would not be ready when the war was over. So I think that Doris, is one of those, she will always wait for Regina. And, but she continued, she, went and lived her life. And I imagine that she actually, because for so long, she wasn't able to use her voice. She was a, Morse code radio operator. I like the idea that she did a radio show after the war.
Wow.
And I think the first woman to have a radio show was in 31.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like all her, and she did a talk show. So I love the idea that she went away and ran a radio show. And I think she probably moved between London and France, but stayed in London in the end. And if Regina eventually is ready, then obviously Doris has always, waited. And I think Doris goes a long time before she, would even consider dating anybody else or courting anybody else. So if Regina is ready eventually, then yes, Doris was waiting for her. If Regina is not, then Doris probably finds somebody in her later years, like 50s maybe. But either way, she stays a revolutionary up till her death in the late 70s. So I think in London, there was another revolution that was just happening. Yep. So yeah, I think I imagine that she just never gave up with that.
You're telling me that Doris has a pirate radio station on a boat
That's
off
right.
the coast of the
That's right.
UK in the late 60s.
That's right.
I'm just saying we also have a Swiss Alp. Because here's the thing, you're not totally wrong about Regina, but she would. I remember once Trooper asked this question, what do we hope our character gets to see?
Yeah.
And I said, I hope one day Regina gets to see the gay community come out publicly.
Yeah.
And so I think somewhere in the 70s, they're old ass ladies holding hands, burning
Yeah.
bras.
Oh,
You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I was hoping as well, that Regina would eventually, like, what I actually pictured and what made me cry while I was doing my dishes was the idea that Regina heard her on the radio.
Oh.
And
Oh,
then
listen to
Regina,
every broadcast.
dude, yeah. And Doris ended up quoting something Regina had said to her. And then it was like, oh, does she still
Maybe it's
feel the same
time.
way? Yeah,
Yeah.
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 And then it was like, oh yeah, okay. So yeah.
Oh, I have a
I love
question.
them.
I have a
Well,
question.
yeah, when we'll get to Regina shit later, but I imagine that's the beautiful ending. I have something for Hannah too, but they do. I mean, it's always been Doris, right?
Yeah.
I have a question. I just need to know because I'm the GM and I need to know these things. I get to as the GM, I'm privileged to ask these questions.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they meet up again? How does it happen?
Oh, I would imagine it's somewhere with a view so that they could see either they meet up. Oh God, where did they have that conversation?
I know,
under the stars. Yeah.
I know what it would be. So,
Yeah.
well, I have an idea of what I think it would be. So, without giving too much away, I imagine Doris actually thinks Regina's dead. I'll get into that later.
Okay.
But I think that the Regina Kraus, as we know her, on
Mhm.
paper is gone because she has to be by the end of the war. And
Mhm.
so I think for your safety and everybody that
Mhm.
Regina was attached to, and what I hope that she inevitably does, she can't let you know. So you actually think she's dead for
I
years.
think she would
I
have
think
an inkling.
She
She would be
knows,
like,
yep,
this is what
a-
she would
a letter
do
through the
to
mail
protect
here,
me.
right?
Yeah.
Somebody calling into
Yeah.
your radio station
Yeah. And then
there, kind
hanging
of a
up.
thing. And then exactly, and hanging up,
Yeah.
heavy breathing on the other end. No, and so I imagine it's the little corner shop
Yes.
that you showed Regina
For the museum gallery.
Yep.
for the
Yep.
museum,
Yep.
and it
Yep.
is Regina's one and only photo show. It is her. It is she buys the space and she does an art gallery and invites you. Of all of her photos from the war.
Okay, well, she would wear the dress that she wore when like when you first met in person. And that's how you would know that she was still waiting and ready.
Still wearing the rings,
Yep.
still.
Yep. Yep.
Voltaire asked, was there ever fallout for Doris giving the intel from the other intelligence group? And what I'm going to tell you is this. There's a little bit of a gay mafia. Her boss was a queer woman. And her boss made sure she was okay. Like, you take care of your own. And Doris made some choices, and her boss made sure she was protected. And I don't know if Doris ever knew, but her boss made sure she was okay. And that the fallout would not hit her, because you cannot have that, right? Like, that's not a thing you can have in, like, 1943 for that to all happen scandalously. So her boss took care of things to make sure she'd be okay. Okay. Now, if you two, our two lovelies, said they needed to go, before you go, I'm going to give you both the opportunity to ask any of us questions if you have any, and then also to shout out some stuff.
I already I interrupted people to ask my questions. Thank you though, Dot, for answering in a way that I can go away and in my heart know.
Feel very
Yeah, that they were old ladies, because I had the same vision, man.
They
These
were old
revolutionary
ladies
old
together,
ladies
yep.
burning bras and
But, like,
helping
in
still
1960s, the
revolutionaries.
UK, like the
Yeah.
swinging London, can you imagine
Yeah.
those two?
Yeah,
they there's something about Regina, she kind of walks a straight and narrow. She believes in rules in certain ways, and so this idea that it's okay, right? They won't live to see the day when they can get married in the United States, but
I don't
they
think
can
they ever
walk
really cared about that, like the
No,
actual bit
the
anyway. I
actual
think
process. It was about,
yeah,
now we can hold
you're
hands in
mine.
public.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
And
sure.
for Regina, it's a safety thing, right? Like it's
Yeah.
safe enough now in the 70s that I
Yeah.
can come out from what I was to who I am.
It's so crazy that you say that, because when I was originally thinking, is Doris going to propose? I remember thinking, I don't know if Doris personally has a lot of respect for that institutionalized
Mhm.
Mhm.
ideal of marriage.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
my thought was, it's such a strong safety blanket for Regina. Like, I vow, and
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere,
Yeah.
like, and that alone, just that act alone might be enough to
And it was so much for
coax her
Regina,
out,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And even what Doris said, like, no, Doris was the only person that knew the lengths at which Regina might have to go to in her
Yeah.
job and
Yeah.
never judged her for it.
Yeah.
Never struggled, questioned her, like who she was at her core. And she needed that. Regina needed that more, so much.
Man, you're being wearing paisley. It's gonna be like a whole
Yep.
thing.
And then we
1968.
vacationed to our my parents' love chateau in the Swiss Alps. Yep.
I think my one question before, unfortunately, having to bounce from y'all. Unfortunately for KP, since Sylvie had never met you,
Uh-oh.
I can't really apply this to you. I am sorry.
No.
For everyone else, if you received a letter from Sylvie after all of this, would you get back in touch?
Yes, absolutely.
So fun fact, this has been on one of the games. Freda has written letters to Sylvie and sent them along with Falstaff.
Oh, snap. Well, then
I
She
bet
did not get them in time for the
Sylvie.
war.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet
no.
she didn't
After
get
first
any of them till after the war, but when you would get them, there'd probably be a small bundle of letters of different timestamps of time from Freda.
I
Yeah.
think I think it depends on when it comes in for like where I see Regina, but I'll tell you this. If Sylvia's in Paris before Regina disappears, Regina is done. She would probably stop by to see you and Charlie. One shady
she'd
night.
stop by the
before she-
bar, right?
Yeah, before she
she'd
leaves
get one
town.
last drink. Yeah.
One last drink undercover. Give her final hugs and kind of let them
Give
know
a different name, but they'd
this
all
may
know
be
it was her. Yeah.
the
yeah,
last
yeah.
time you'll see Regina Kraus,
Yeah.
So I would
I
at least
so
come
good.
see you in person because writing that shit could be tracked.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, well, Regina's way too careful for that.
Yeah.
I think that if you didn't see Oscar in person, that Charlie would direct you to some type of garage, and inside there would be two things: a board from the stage of Bricktops and the motorcycle. Both for her.
That would be the
Oh, my
only.
heart.
I will have you know that would be the only way. Like Sylvie would not walk anymore. Like that would be it. Like going next door, and I imagine she would probably write it in and out of the bar too. Like just around the
have to,
bar,
right?
going down the street.
I feel like a sidecar is in the works sometime after the war too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It is equipped for a sidecar.
It
They just
is.
never had one.
Yeah. And I don't know if Freda could meet up with Sylvie again, she would 100% would have, but I would say until Sylvie stopped returning letters eventually, Freda would always continually write Sylvie over the years.
Oh, I think that would likely probably continue.
Until they're little old ladies. Pen pals, no matter where they are.
Oh,
Yes, sending little doilies back and forth and
All sorts of
recipes.
things. Yes, yes.
does anyone have any other questions for PB or Fox?
No questions, just a statement. Thank you both
Yes, thank you.
for
Thank
amazing
you.
RP and making a world that I've loved personally.
Yeah.
I
know I said it
think everybody
earlier.
here too, as said earlier, Trooper, you have done an amazing job creating such an immersive world. Every NPC was completely unique and different, and it always felt so authentic and like we were interacting with that person, and just as it's important for the GM to create a safer space, it is important for everyone, to bring that to the table and to be able to communicate and to be able to be vulnerable with but also to be able to have fun with, you know, and be able to have these moments where real weird stuff happens, you know, and it can go so quickly from super serious to goofball to really serious again. And everyone has the chops to do it, and the heart and the skill and the talent. You know, so it has been an absolute honor with this all-star VIP group here.
I just need to go and call out some of the cast members. They've been talking about you behind your back, and I'm going to tell you what they said about you.
You should tell her everything I said.
I will. Almost
Everything.
every single person, not KP, because KP has not met Sylvie, but every
Literally,
other single
the
person.
reason I came in was because
It's true. It's true.
Bricktop came in as soon as Sylvie and then left.
But every other single player has said to me in various off-stream moments, Sylvie was the heart for this person.
Mm-hmm.
This person,
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I can get Fox. I'm like, oh, I hope we can get Fox because Sylvie is so important to my PC and giving heart. And like, you have no, like every single one, every time the player's like, yeah, Sylvie's so important to my character.
Oh.
Every single one has said that to
Yeah.
me multiple times. Every single
I
one.
know I have for sure. I've been like, we need Rocket because Sylvie, specifically to Freda, I enjoyed playing with you for the first time, Fox. That was so much fun.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
unfortunately have
the
not gotten to
first
play
time,
with
but not the
BTB,
last.
I know, but one day, one day.
One day. But I did love playing with you, Fox. And Freda being in the situation that she was, meeting Sylvie at the time that she did and getting the help that she did, was so impactful on that character's life. I don't even know if Sylvie understands how much she did for Freda via inspiration and motivation.
Oscar would have literally turned you all into the Nazis if it wasn't for Sylvie. That is straight up. I've told Trooper that is the only that flashback to the cabaret, to the jazz, to the stage is the only thing.
You know, I think that flashback episode is one of the most important episodes we ever had on this show. It impacted every one of us, and man, oh man.
Yeah.
I'm about to disappear into my blanket hoodie.
And PB, you were my
Yes.
heart, so thank you.
Oh my gosh,
You were
don't
Regina's
make me
heart for
cry.
sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, Troop. Thank you for asking me to come on. I know I didn't get to role play with some of you, but I hope I do one day. And those of you I did get to role play with, you made me cry. I'm pretty sure on every single episode I came on. So thank you for that and giving 110% when a guest shows up, you know, because sometimes it's not always like that. So I really, really appreciated that. Fox, I got to play with you again. So that was very exciting. Yeah. And Troop, I love you. And I would die for you, man. Like anytime, anywhere, any when.
PB, I'm going to do a Silent Hill thing with you.
Okay. Yes.
You don't know, but I found it. And I'm going to
Oh,
tell
I know.
about
You
it
told
later.
me.
Oh,
You told me.
But I just found out that I can alter the computer program. It's going to be epic. You're going to love it. I'm going to give you a gift.
Okay.
Because I care so much about you.
It looks like we're getting a request for a tip read just because we're losing a few cast members.
All
It
right,
has
then.
a question in it.
So we did have a tip that came in the last one moment. We did.
Dias.
Yeah.
You so Dias.
We just got in a gift from Odias. And Odias has been a person that I have known since Geek Space TV cyberpunk days. And Odias is a person who's got this really interesting and amazing life that involves caring about doing the right thing in society in this larger way, and community and family and kinship, and standing up for other people. ODS works in medicine and has this amazing life experience that is one of those things that you meet somebody, you talk to them, and you think, you've got like cousins from Indonesia? All right. You know what I mean? Like somebody who just has got that sort of life that has brought them into a space of humanity that is amazing. And ODS and I have spoken, just throughout the years. And ODS sometimes ODS is other things going on, and then ODS comes back. I'm always happy to see ODS around. ODS has just made a donation to the channel, technically 2, back to back. And they are, the first one is $1,000. And the message is, pay the nice people, Trooper. Also bless all of you and your future endeavors.
No.
And then the second one is $200 and says, I wonder how many of these I can get away with before they catch on. And
that's really kind.
So I will just say, and everybody here who's here in this Zoom call knows every single person, because every single person here has also produced shows. Every single person here has. And what you do not see is the amount of work that goes into doing all of this.
Yep.
Making overlays, finding all the things and the assets, staying up late to put things together, and trying to make sure, does this overlay look good? Is the audio right? Have I got the right people? What can I do next? There's a lot of work, both as the producer, but also as the player, to sort of put this together and to do something meaningful and important. And we are on a platform where only the top 5% of all people who stream on Twitch have over 5 people on average as a viewership. The vast majority of people do not hit 5. And you can do things and wonder, do people notice what we're doing? Does it matter to them? Do they care? And that, because I know where it's coming from, is something that being part of a community and a game, everyone's talked about the safe space that you create and all of that, but it's about care, and it's about being vulnerable, and it's about doing a lot of work, and not bad work, to make a space for yourself and others. And that is so much, and you never know if people know it, or if they see it, if they see it. And it's easy to think, oh, I don't know, And there are so many ways to be supportive of just being here, everyone who watches. And ODS, thank you for being the troll that you are. It does help, because I think about the people who actually who want to play, right? But they can't, they have to work full time, right? If they couldn't get some kind of compensation, they couldn't do it. This sort of a thing helps make the space more equitable, and a space where people don't have to worry about like their food for the next moment, right? It helps make this place better. And everybody from like the 1-bit coronavirus all the way up to you helps make this place better and helps us make a place. And I don't know, for me at least, I can think, am I doing okay? Have I done enough for everyone?
Yes. Just so that your brain hears that. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There are 6 voices here that would all say yes.
Yeah.
Agree.
And then
6,
there's a lot
and on
more in
top of
chat that
that-
will also say yes, right, chat? Everybody say yes.
Okay, going back to your point about like the percentage that doesn't even hit 5 viewership, you consistently hit above 30 to 40 every single time. I don't think I've ever seen it drop below that. And I think that goes to show the level of caliber of storytelling, entertainment, performance, heart, and community that you've created. And I'm sure, like, yeah, we all came together to help with that. But I mean, it wouldn't have happened without you being at the center of that. And these people and us came on because we saw that and because we wanted to celebrate that with you. And I'm just absolutely overjoyed that I even had the opportunity to be as much of a part of it as I was. And I just want to say that, you know, especially with our two fellow members leaving soon, I'm looking forward to, because I absolutely 100% believe it in my heart that this is not the end.
Nope.
That
Just the beginning.
this is an end of a story, maybe, but it's not the end of the stories we want to tell together. And the type of stories, just based on what we have already accomplished, that we can tell. And I also want to say that I learned so much watching and being able to be at the table from each and every single one of you, on how to be. It's become such an integral part of my journey, and you know what I can do, and I'm still learning, because I still don't think I'm anywhere near that caliber, and I want to be, and I will be.
We're all still learning, KP.
Yeah.
That's the joy of what we do.
We will be
But,
for the rest of our lives, hopefully.
I hope, anyways. Yeah.
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 This was one of those productions where I truly felt like an artist.
This production was something very, very,
Yep.
very special.
Yep.
So
And thank you for making it happen, Trooper,
mhm.
because it wouldn't have without you.
After 20 some odd years. 30.
30.
30.
Yeah.
It's older than
30
me.
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
The man looks like a baby. That's the reason why we
It's
can't
true.
judge.
We're all so surprised.
He doesn't age. He looks like he's in his 20s or 30s.
Big cheat.
True.
It's a vampire.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Yep.
I mean, you've seen that immaculate facial hair. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Oh man.
So
And oh, man. Woo.
thank you, Rocket and PB.
Ugh.
Thank you,
Mhm.
Odious, and everybody else. Lightning Invoker, Void Smoker, Shawl Tails, everybody. Thank you. I know you two have to go.
We're not going to ruin the overlay now, are
Oh,
we?
No, I
Okay.
made a second one.
I think Trooper's
All
already
right.
ready.
I am
Okay.
ready for it. I'll just have to change name.
Well,
tags.
then, Viva la Revolution.
Yeah. Viva la review.
Revolution.
Time.
And so that's how Oscar dies. What?
Audio's back. Audio's here. I had to
Oh,
add
you
the
missed
audio to
it.
the scene. Yeah.
Y'all missed it. We had some big revelations.
Sorry.
All the
No repeating
bombs
it either.
were dropped. I cried. It's whole thing.
I want to ask KP
Oh, well, yeah.
about how the last 2 years the war treats the prince and what happens afterwards.
Oh man. I think for Pritham, there was a couple crucial, but one specifically very crucial scene that I think completely changed Pritham's trajectory. And I think that's the most canon way, and I really want to see that. And that scene was the moment between Pritam and Greg's. I'm having
Oscar.
brain farts. Oscar, um, when he finally succumbs to this anger and to the injustice of it all, and practically commits his first murder. Forget murder, first torture of a man who, the argument can be made whether he deserved it or not. I mean, to Pritam, absolutely,
He
for
wasn't
what
a
he
good
has
guy.
done. He was absolutely not. He absolutely was not. And the world was better off without him in it. But that tainted his soul. That absolutely changed his initial perspective on things. And I think he's going to use the next 2 years to still battle that. But the words that Oscar gave him, I think, was that talisman he needed to help stave off a lot of that corruption that would have gotten into him. And based off of that, had those words not come about, right, he would have absolutely stayed as long as he could have in Paris, because as we know, as the war continued, things got much more serious, much more difficult to live there. And it's hard to see any of us, unless we're choosing to be martyrs, to be able to continue to operate out of Paris. So he would have obviously went back home, but he would have, the path was literally, it's like the two paths of either going the style of Chandra Bose and pick up violence, and violence will lead us to our salvation, or something more along the lines of Gandhi, that we don't need violence. But now that I'm thinking about it, there's a middle line that you can still have conflict, you can still have resistance, and you can fight, but we as a country can do this on our own. We just need the right rallying cry to bring our diverse country together under one banner and fight for this cause, right? Without having to resort to the devil, without having to resort to someone, because he's seen that corruption now. He's seen what they're like. And so I think that's what he would do, is he would go back home. If he can, he would try to convince Lakshmi as well. It could be his first love interest or his first heartbreak. I'll leave that to you to decide how, because you played her fantastically, and I feel like you would know her heart better than Pritam. But he would go back home, and I think he would continue what he learned from his time in Paris to make that resistance happen. And considering how close we are to even India's, independence, because India's independence is August 15th of 1947.
Yep.
So we're only a few years away.
Yep.
From that. So he would have been, able to live through seeing his country be freed.
Yeah.
But then the question becomes, well, what happens after that? Because if he was a common man, he would have been unnoticed. He would have gone on. He would have had a common life afterwards. He would have maybe been a part of some local politics to help rebuild his community. But he's royalty. And it's always been interesting to see what would happen to someone who was almost on the same level to common folks as the British were. Because to them, these guys benefited from this situation. These guys still lived in relative comfort. They were able to do all sorts of things. And they didn't quite feel the harshness of the British Empire that we have felt. So how do you deal with that?
I would note that England would really want to be pals with you once the war's over. To hold you up as a great example of someone from India who loves the British Empire and who fought so bravely for it, and as like a really good poster boy for a different sort of...
he would have scorned it.
But they would ask.
He would have absolutely... But they would ask, certainly. And he would try to be as politically nice about it as he could. But I think the time here would have changed him. And knowing that his people are going through a very similar level of inhumanity in his own backyard, right? I think he would go back. I don't know if he'd ever take up in sense of like royalty status, in terms of taking a throne or anything in that nature, but he would definitely use his influence to put his weight behind a political party that he wants to be behind. He would do his best to help with his education, to write up the next set of doctrines and laws and bylaws, probably use his wealth to fund a lot of those projects, the rebuilding of India, the rebuilding of the communities. And, you know, if he can have the grace to live out the rest of his life and grow old, probably stay and just write about his experiences and probably put out like a memoir of some sort. And he probably just very fondly think of his crew that he was with. And if any of them were to reach out, he would always have them welcomed to his gracious home and allow them there. And there's always going to be a space there for them. It's just a matter of whether they would want to. I think he would want to, but he would just be so entrenched in a continued war from one to the next. He would have had hard times. Not end
for him.
It doesn't. So the battle doesn't end, and therefore he's going to continue that fight and that constant struggle and the constant, it will take a lot of his engagement away. So he would probably lose contact with everybody unless they choose to then reach out to him in at any point in his life. But he would definitely be thinking about them, I think.
In case, for those who don't know, Chandra Bose, who was a communist, was like, they're not actually helping me. Like they said they were gonna give me guns, right? Help, so that we could go and do this thing, and they just are kind of slowballing it, and so he ends up. And also once there's a lot of anti-communist rhetoric from the Nazis, he's like, so he sort of moves away from them, and he actually sort of aligns himself with Imperial Japan, and Imperial Japan actually does help India. Yeah, supports them sort of materially to help them get out. He himself dies mysteriously. People think that he was assassinated, but I imagine with that pivot over, right, to sort of working with Japan as an ally to help India get free, Lakshmi would be in that space, right? I think that she would be continuing to working with him. I think she'd try to stay in contact because she believes in Pritam, right? Yeah. And she loves him. And I think that once Chandra Bose is assassinated or dies mysteriously, however you want to talk about it, I imagine that if he's doing the work, she will sort of come to work because she's a community organizer, right? That's what she does. She can't not do that work. And
then my hope is that their love blossoms and that they grow together and have a relatively happier life. I obviously my heart wants to be like, but then tragedy, just to chuck something in there. But I like the idea that, and it's, I don't know, maybe as KP, it feels a little bittersweet because you're just like, this boy has experienced pain, but he still kind of came out of it relatively okay. And he did his best. And sometimes that's all you can really hope to do. You might not be the best, but he did his best.
Well, this leads me, of course, to a bit of a paired question. And I'm going to have Greg go before Lindy. Yes, because that is the most excruciating. Greg.
Sure.
How do the next 2 years treat Oscar? And what happens to him after the war? And I'm letting you go first because I have reasons, and they might be tragic. Go on.
Oh, sure.
Well, okay, Greg already messaged me.
Oh, dang it. Because I didn't know if you knew or if he, what if he was going to say, he dies in a fire, and then you didn't know he was going to say that, and then that would be tragic. So anyway.
No, it would be tragic, but it's okay. No, Greg and I have messaged about
all right.
Things.
All right.
Nothing.
By the way, triplets, go ahead.
Things you don't even know.
Triplets,
what?
By the way. Triplets.
Sure.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, just so you know, triplets.
I don't know how to lead into this, so I'm going to go ahead and say, Trooper, you and I have played different games, both sides of the table, GM to player to GM, and we've always had a conversation. At some point you have a conversation where the rules get put aside, the system that you're playing gets put aside, and you have a conversation between two people that understand being GMs and players and all that good stuff. So I at this point, I'll quote something that I heard a long time ago, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't like the original quote as much as I thought I did. There was three guys were playing cards, and someone ran up and said, "The world is ending." And the first guy puts his cards down and says, I must run to church and pray. And the second guy throws his cards down and he says, I must run to the bar and get drunk. And the third guy says, I shall finish the game. I shall finish the game, my friend. I would like to, whether it's tomorrow, a week, a year, a decade, with, of course, Lindy at my side, RP Oscar and Lindy's escape from Paris.
I need to ask you a question. When do they decide to flee?
Everything turns to shit.
We knew it was coming. Say the same thing. Regina also, yes.
Everything was going to turn to shit. This was
true.
never going to reach fruition. This subterfuge that they had going on as the Reichsschners was never going to go any further.
I mean, you had a couple more weeks.
Yeah, but the movie never would have seen the light of day because they would have figured out what was going on. Something would have broke. There was too many dams. There was too many cracks.
The premiere.
There was
the film premiere.
Yeah, and it would have come down to flight. There was no more fight to be had against the occupied city, against the forces that were mounted against them. It would become time to run. And it wasn't a giant boot stepping on the anthill that was Bricktops or was the Roses. This was a bit planned. I mean, this is something that Regina would have prepared them for. They would have known if one of them's compromised, they're isolated and kind of insulated enough from one another that it couldn't have taken them all down. Freedom would have been okay, because of, just not knowing, and it would have come down to Oscar and Frida having to leave because he never would have left her, not in the condition that she was in. And I doubt she would have left him. Oscar's just as vulnerable as anybody else here. And there's a time to run, and that's the story that I want. That's the chapter I want penned. I want it, and I don't know how it ends. I don't have it in my mind that Oscar's going to die some heroic death, or I've said this before on stream that I am a fan of a movie that's not really very good. It's called Shining Through with Michael Douglas and Melanie Griffith. It's a World War II. Melanie Griffith is sent in as a spy. This is what reminded me when Trooper pitched this. I was like, shit, this reminds me of Shining Through. And there comes a time when they have to run. And that's the story that I want to know. And I have no preconceived notions about how it would play out. I have no valiant deaths or pitiful excuses for attempts. I want to know the story, and I would like to finish the game.
I need to know the answer to this question, though. What would it take to actually get Oscar to run?
He knew it was coming. You and I have had this discussion. He knew that this was going to fall. It wasn't something that he was, it wouldn't come out of the blue. This isn't, and Oscar has never been a frontline toe-to-toe fighter. He's never been that. Yeah, he pretended to be that for a while. And you saw where that got him. It almost turned him into, for lack of a better word, something inhuman. That's right. The opposite of the passion for the arts that he had, it robbed him of that, and he was reborn. The cell did that. Sylvie did that, and Frida and the relationship. He came alive again fully when they were on the floor with all of the actors and actresses around them in that housing that they had for the movie. And he and Frida were sitting there overlooking the city, and they were just talking, and he became alive again. He awoke from whatever sepulcher he had been entombed in. And the story, I want to finish the game.
This is what Greg messaged me about, and I said yes. So,
So, Lindy,
I would like to remind you that I know where you live.
About your triplets.
Oh, yes. Is this a good time to mention that my troubled aspect for the next season was going to be anytime now?
And
that would have been great.
Is your troubled aspect. That means they're going to happen in the least convenient moment for whatever kind of escape would be necessary. Or it might be the straw. Triplets, my friend. Cute little triplets.
Boy.
Which means
I went through my name list.
Which means they're coming
Yeah,
early.
they always do. They always do.
They're coming when you need them not to, because I'm just going to invoke that.
Yeah.
Compel.
Because we talked about this like months ago, like right after the last season finished. I was like, hey, Trooper, my troubled aspect for the next season is going to be anytime now.
And I was like, oh, thank you. Believe what I said.
Yes.
How does the birth of these triplets complicate the need to run or instigate the need to run?
I feel like it's fairly obvious. 3 babies.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how can you run if you've got 3 babies?
It's
Won't you just have to
lot
stay?
harder.
I'm sorry, did I miss the point when it was established that she had 3 babies?
I just told her.
Well, we knew there was more than one. You said there was more than one.
There
We didn't know
was.
how many.
We just didn't know how many. Yeah.
3.
How many?
3 babies.
3. Oh gosh. Yeah. Well, she was very, very pregnant when we left her last. I've been keeping meticulous dates.
If I may,
Yes.
being a man of the, what was it, the
stethoscope?
Man of the stethoscope, yes, but the freaking oath, the doctor's oath,
The Hippocratic
the
oath.
Hippocratic oath,
Hippocratic.
right?
Yes.
I think he definitely would. Preetham would have been definitely duty bound
Yeah.
to make sure you guys got out of there as safely as you can, and been there as long as he could be for you until your pregnancy is completed.
Yeah.
The only thing I can imagine him pulling him away is political situation back home, and the call from or have like literally a royal decree saying, no, get your ass out of there, come home now, sort of a situation. So if I may, Preetham would definitely do his best to at least leave some, if he had to leave earlier, to leave some level of support and infrastructure to try to get them out, and use his royal powers as well as considered being an ambassador in this country to get these 2 out. But how that plays out, how that would work, whether it works at this point and has sway.
We accept PayPal and fake points.
I'm noting the question asking very specific questions for specific reasons.
Yes.
Where would you be intending to go when you know you have to go and you've got the 3 bebes and you've got the help from the team? Where would you be intending to go?
Well, Oscar always talked about the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Via Spain.
I just want to know the route that you're planning on taking.
He knows Spain, and that's all he would be able to do at that
Then
point.
we'd go via Spain because Freda trusts Oscar, and I'd like to think that these babies come before they leave.
Yep, they do.
I imagine that's part of the reason that they have to go, because she's a little bit of a celebrity, and so her having triplets would be a big news affair, and so she'd probably use that outlet to try to help cover her and Oscar fleeing. Because she used to be very motherly, because that was
I was about to say,
expected
I
of
don't
German
know
women.
if it helps them, but Regina would also be on the run at this point and would sacrifice herself as bait to assure they got an easier way out. that actually fits with something I was going to toss into my story. So
Yeah, because Fredo would probably use like I've had triplets. That's a lot of babies. Going to need to take a hiatus to really just focus on mothering, because what does that put her like halfway towards that award?
Oh, I think
whatever?
actually I think you get the lowest level of the mother award at 3.
Oh, the mother award in one go.
Mhm,
So,
mhm.
she'd have to go into hiatus for her career. And I think they'd use that opportunity to
What about
try to lay
the
low and get out.
what about being a, eligible widow? The Germans would love to have you married and back home.
That is a thing, but
And
I
I'm
did
sure-
change. Yeah,
There's some very eligible people.
I'm sure there are. But I'm just such a frail woman that I need time.
I mean, you're not seeing anybody.
and 3 babies.
Like,
Yeah.
unwed mother with 3 babies, a widower. There are people.
I'll meet I meet them in Germany.
You're on your
Oh no,
way.
that's my
So we're gonna note that. Good.
Oh gosh, that's
Uh-huh.
probably the wrong answer, but she needs a hiatus. She needs a break. She would not commit to anything, but she would definitely say that she'd be meeting people in Germany later if they were interested. You know what I mean?
Mhm,
She need to spend some time with family because her uncle is dying.
mhm,
So that would be a good excuse.
mhm.
Also, yeah.
I'm gonna just make note of that in my mind.
Yep.
Thank you.
I would say this because it's sort of a cop out for me.
Also, Trooper, triplets.
Yes.
I got
triplets.
names.
Oh, good. Oh,
Tell me, what are they? What are the triplets? I'm gonna name them right here, right now. Let's go.
3 boys.
3 boys. God, I was hoping for 1 girl.
Nope. 3
So
boys.
is Oscar.
3 boys who could all be good soldiers for the fatherland.
Okay, so
No, thank you.
Mhm.
all right, I had 2 of each. I had 2 boys and 2 girls because I was like, yeah, just be some extra 3 boys. Okay, so first off, we have let me look at these names. Oh, here we go. Okay. Fritz Tango.
And they are identical was the question in chat. They are identical.
Oh,
Okay, so there's Fritz Tango because I'm giving them first and middle names because yes, I picked out middle names. The second one would be Oscar Vincent. And then the third one, let's go with Kurt Wagner.
I'm just noting all of that for reasons.
There you go. There you go. There's your 3 names.
Mhm.
3 boys. Because I had to know. I've been waiting for months.
I will say this too because
swear to
it's a cop
sorry.
out for me to leave Oscar, the story and everything. So I will say this. I had this idea that Oscar's movie's never going to see the light of day.
Yeah.
It's never going to see it. They're never going to. They'll figure it out before he has a chance to kind of do. But I like to think that maybe 30 years later, some student, stumbles upon these canned films and reads, what is this? And reads the script that's yellowed beside it and sees the notes that Jerry kind of like put in the side for the set pieces and sees a soul like
Jerry
the
did a lot of
still-
work on your film, by the way.
There's a
When-
song called
right.
Springtime for Hitler.
Right.
It's really great.
But and I had a lot of little cheeky things I was
Yeah.
going to throw in, but the point of it all is this, is that for 99% of the movie, you see the perfect German couples, the soldier boy,
Yeah.
the dutiful wife,
Yeah.
the bearing of children and the spread of generations
Yeah.
and the growth of not only this family unit, but of Germany, of
It's going to be in full color, by the way.
fatherland, right? And at the very end, you see all of these principal people break
Mm,
and leave this set
mm,
that is a false front for this
Mm.
house that they're living in.
mm.
They go into a dressing room that looks suspiciously like a cabaret.
Mm.
and they take off the makeup that they wore to be the soldier boy, to be the dutiful wife, and they stand as they are. This is not something that's thrown in the face. This is who they are. This is who we are. And they stand, and you realize at that point that these husband and wife, this perfect unit that the Nazis would look at. The boys walk off together. The girls kiss and walk off together, because that is Germany before they got there.
And Werewolf feels just took it out of my mind. Feels very Brecht, right?
Yep, I was thinking the
Yeah.
same thing. Yeah, the exact same
Yeah,
thing.
who would have thought that Brecht would get me in tears? But that's
Always,
beautiful.
he always gets me in tears.
And I love that sort of like last reel that like they did not see.
I mean, I kind of wish they saw it in the theaters. All of these Nazis sitting in there, like, "Woo, this is gonna be great!" And then the last 2 minutes,
if we
is
had
like
gotten
the record scratch.
Don, if we had gotten that far, I would have spent a fate point or all of my fate points to have them standing and applaud. Oh, this is great. Had that a screen actually go dark for a second,
Post-credit
and then
reel.
it comes back up, you know, and you see all this shit as these fuckers are standing, you know.
Yes.
Oh, this is, and then they see,
Yeah.
you know.
And the
Right.
thing is, I can see not just Brecht, but the tradition of like 1920s, early 30s German expressionist theater, like
Yep,
film,
yep.
where like the kind of like the weird verite and like I could just like
So good.
so good. And I like to think that Jerry was back like off the side, right, watching as it was being filmed, and she was proud of you.
Oh, I think Jerry was holding the camera when we did those final shots. You know, when her daughter Isolde's in there with all, I mean,
Yeah.
that was the movie.
Yeah.
That 99% was bullshit.
Yeah.
And that last 2 minutes,
Yeah.
that was our movie.
Yes.
That was the movie. That was actually the movie.
Love it.
Mhm.
Yeah, love that.
Whew. Oh. That one got me too. Dot.
All right, y'all know I thought a lot about this, right? Because when we started this show, what I wanted for Regina, I think, is very different than what I want now, and
You
that's
told me she would
because of
die.
all these incredible people, all of the incredible character interactions, and the way that this story developed. I always wanted Regina to die. Like I wanted there to be this soldier story. But what Regina has learned is it is not a soldier's job to die. And so I think, obviously, with the run, no agent, no spy goes as long as Regina does without being captured at some point. And so I think that there probably is, in the midst of all of us trying to run, Regina offers herself and becomes a bit of a POW for a while. And it's my hope that Luke is the one that actually manages to get Regina out. But this is not before she gets to take on her new job at this art museum where she meets the great Rose Land. And here's about a secret core that is being constructed by the Americans and the British called the Monument Men. And so when Regina makes it out of whatever torturous experience she probably went through without giving up any information, of course, or feeds them false information for weeks, because that's what Regina would do probably to get through it. And Luke breaks her out. They make a run for it, and she becomes one of the very first Monument Men, because they need real soldiers, not just artists and historians, which is mostly who they were, somebody to actually lead them on the front line. And she takes Millie, because everybody needs a good field dog, and she takes Luke because everybody needs a good lieutenant. And I imagine that Luke's mother struggles a lot with him leaving to go fight on the front lines. So instead she leaves behind baby Jane. So that Luke's mother has something to take care of through the rest of the war. And her, Luke, and Millie do this thing. They save art. They save buildings. They radio in before bombings are done to save historical landmarks for a long time. And I think when the war finally ends, that is very difficult on Regina. And she gets recruited by MI6. And they fake her death so that she can take on an appropriate new cover, basically. And so the papers say that Regina Krauss died as monument men on the front line. But the truth of the matter is, Regina, for the next 30 years, until she's too old to do it anymore, is MI6 and keeps fighting the good fight until she gets old and I don't know, burns bras with her dear love. But she doesn't forget all the other people in her life, I think, before she goes, because left behind to Regina Krauss was a lot of money, a lot of land. She does a couple things. She buys the doctor's office and gifts it back to Hannah, fully paid for, so that Hannah can run her business forever without the cost or expense in France, because she knows that Hannah wanted to come back here. Her family home becomes a school and an orphanage. And so she leaves all of her family's money and buildings and the two helping hands. And she sets it up to hire Josh's character, the scientist, as the on-site teacher for the students, assuring that he too still gets to live in Germany and in a house that he already knew, because that's where he was with her father. And then Regina and Luke kind of do their thing for as long as it happens. And when it's all said and done, Luke and Regina hold their promise. They each visit with each other, each of their father's graves.
Hannah stays in India throughout the war because there are a lot of people who need help there as well. And she does a lot of medical work for the people of India, especially those who don't have money. So she sort of like basically, well, there to give back, right? Because her family was saved by Bricktop, that she opens up a clinic and she works there probably until like 48, 49. And then once it feels like it's okay, she goes back to Paris, which is hard, right? A hard thing to do. But I think that she spends quite some time in India because that is like a kind of like a new place for her where she can help there as well. Does Luke ever meet his true love? Well, that's a question we'll have to find out in another context, I believe. There are things.
Trooper and I have talked Luke ships. It's fine.
We have talked
Yeah.
about that.
I have my thoughts on Luke ships too. So.
And let me see. Who else do we need to talk about? Luke. The Duke, of course, is a criminal, and he'll be okay.
Yeah, he'll make it.
There's a lot of money to be made in the war, and he does. He'll be okay. Who else do we have to worry about? Falstaff doesn't have the easiest time in many ways, but he makes it back, right? He does make it back, only because you spent quite a lot of fate points and effort to make sure he had those. I rolled.
Yeah.
If it weren't for those advantages you had given him, he would not have made it. He would not have made it, but he did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. But he did. A lot of people are murdered. A lot of people drink champagne and have a lovely time. I imagine Jaeger gets promoted. And especially once you're all gone, there's nothing to stop him.
Right.
And he just paints the town red. And people just let that happen. And I imagine sooner or later he's probably sent off to the Eastern Front so that he can go and do that there. They probably put him in charge of like one of these special units. They just commit genocide is probably what happens to him. I imagine he's probably killed sometime in the 70s, I imagine, in Argentina.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have ran with the rest of the Nazi officers. Yeah.
He would have run. He would have maybe run to Argentina. He probably would have been killed by a Mossad assassin, is what I imagine would have happened.
Yep.
Or Oscar. I don't know. I think that
his love of killing would have been a breadcrumb trail.
Yeah.
I mean, let me just tell you, if I'm working MI6, he could be on my radar for life, bitches.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine he basically runs and sort of like has a very pleasant life hanging out in retirement with a bunch of other ex-Nazis.
Oh, I just thought
Till
about
he gets
this.
assassinated.
Do you know what Regina actually did to get caught to give them the cover? She killed the peregrine.
Ooh.
Finally. It's been a long time coming. She reveals herself, somebody that's hunted her for so long. She reveals who she is and she kills him.
Ooh, wait, do I know who this is? I don't think
That's the assassin
He's an
that's been
assassin.
running around Paris under Jaeger's watch for quite a while and had a bit of a history where he was hunting. Regina was known as the what did we call the white
The white stag?
No.
The white stag.
No, the winter stag, I think, right?
Something like that. But yeah, so he hunted this other assassin and didn't know it was Regina. So that was something that had kind of popped up, and he had been around Paris, and
you ran into him.
We ran into him. And we haven't quite been able to deal with it, but he never knew that his arch nemesis was a woman. And so Regina would reveal herself and probably kill him as her last assassination, probably ever, as the way to get caught and give them a way out. Which means it's probably Jaeger that does the torturing.
I actually think that Yukon the Peregrine is what saves Jaeger, but you don't know it.
Oh, that's dark. Which is the perfect turn of events for like you do one good thing, but another bad thing rises in its wake, right? Because we're at that point.
Because Jaeger's a problem. And as things get madness, you can let that go. But there are people who are there to clean up those problems sometimes.
Yep.
And you took care of that person by killing him.
Yep.
I mean, he was looking, and also Jaeger had listened to some things that Oscar had said, which is not necessarily a great thing for Jaeger, right? And there's a little bit of destabilization. You have to sort of like, you have to tie up some loose ends, and you can't do it necessarily officially when somebody's that important, but you take out the Peregrine before you can take out Jaeger.
Yep. And then it's kind of a bad catch-22, basically, which maybe is the guilt that Regina carries to have to hunt him through MI6.
I also think that Jaeger helps get you out. Not in a heroic way, but he turns his...
What if they make a deal? She kills the Peregrine, he lets Regina out, but she has to basically live through 2 weeks of torture.
Oh shit!
Oh, that's a dark turn of events. I like that. That's a very Regina thing.
Yeah, and that gets Jaeger what he wants, and he lets him go and commit lots of atrocities because he's okay.
Right, and he lives because the guy Peregrine's not there to kill him. Oh boy, that's a ooh. Regina would hunt him for life if he tricked her like that. Woof 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 woof. I know Trooper and I are scary sometimes. You can't leave us alone.
And Lisette, Rissa asked about Lisette. Lisette, I mean, she stays. I think that after the war, she is persecuted for being a collaborator. And I think she loses... I think it's actually really hard for her after the war, especially since a lot of the people that knew that she was cool are not there. I think that she's sort of held up as, the evils of collaboration. And I think there's a sentence that's given, like you're like basically like unwelcome citizen sort of thing. I think she's put on that list for like 5 years or so. So I think that it's not great for her because there's no one to speak for her in many ways. But she does get through it, right? And I think that she doesn't really... she's not as she retires a bit. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean in terms of like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm done with my job, but like she sort of she withdraws a little bit.
Yeah, it affects her.
Yeah.
Understandable.
I want her to have something beautiful. Like I want her to open up like a hat shop or a flower shop or something that she can spend a little time nourishing her spirit when it's all done.
She loved tennis, and I imagine that.
Oh.
Right. I mean, she did. She was like a huge tennis player, and I imagine that after she's sort of cut from all those people, she's. In some ways, it's this humiliation, and it's terrible. But I think in some ways, it also frees her from certain things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I imagine she, having lost a lot of things, I imagine like she doesn't get her house back. Right. That kind of stuff. A number of things are sort of taken in this process, and I think she probably leaves. Right?
Mhm.
She leaves Paris. She probably hangs out probably in the south of France, trying to start over in some kind of a way. And
Oh, does she get with does she ever get with what's his
with
face?
Jules?
With Jules.
I don't know. I'll have to ask
Well,
him.
You should.
Like, I'd like to think right now I'm gonna hold on to the high hope that maybe she does move to South France and eventually when it's all done, Jules and her finally get to live their cute French romance.
Yeah. But I think it's actually very hard for her because they want to make examples of people.
Yeah, they do.
And she's a great person to make examples of because her parents are dead, as is her brother.
Yep.
So she's a woman by herself, and she's a noble, which means there's nobody, like they don't have to worry about repercussions about treating her very poorly. And it'll make
This
them-
is why Freda wanted a paper trail
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
she saw how things were after the first war and she was like, oh, version 2.0. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I really want and I really want Luke to I want this to be a love story, damn it. I want Luke to come home and marry the cute girl from the hotel who I made her life miserable.
I think it'll be a while for him, right? I think he has to sort of work through
I ship someone else.
things. And is there anybody else we have to worry about? We know what happens to Charlie. We know what happens to Lisette. We know what happens to Falstaff. In many ways, is he probably he goes back to his wife.
Yeah, and I
That's
imagine
lovely.
maybe
Yeah.
occasionally when Regina comes out of hiding, she comes knocking at the door for a quick tea just to see Falstaff. He's important to Regina.
I think probably at one point in time he thinks about getting into politics like his father was, but I think that he is dissuaded from that because his past was a little bit too murky, and he
Freda would
doesn't.
dissuade him if needed. Be like via letter. Because Freda loves to keep in contact with people. Because if her Uncle Fritz taught her anything in life was have contacts.
Yeah, and I think that I imagine Falstaff is the kind of person that would, whether or not people show up or not, would want to have, this is a very British sort of a thing, he'd want to have like a unit anniversary get together every 5 or 10
Decade.
years.
Yeah.
Every decade he would like meet.
Every decade.
Probably he'd want to meet probably in Paris, right? At a bar, right? Where people could go and he'd probably rent it, right? So you could get it privately done.
Yeah.
And anybody who would show up, and I don't know if people would, but
It's just Sylvie's bar
yeah,
every year.
it's probably Sylvie's bar every year.
Every 10 years. It's Sylvie's bar.
And I
Maybe
think,
Like-
Regina
like a
can't
Wednesday night?
stay, I leave a bottle of whiskey to remind him of the scars on his face, or like something that's very Regina to Falstaff and to all of you. Maybe I leave a bouquet of flowers or a poem, or even if Regina can't stay or if she's undercover or something, can't show her face.
and so I think that is all of the NPCs you haven't killed. Who is the one who blew? Question. Who is the one who blew Falstaff's cover? Ah, yes, my friends. That was a
that's a
very
good
good
question.
question that was asked.
Mm.
So, and actually there's a question about Derek as well. So the thing about Falstaff is he's doing his work as best he can. The thing about this moment is it is hard to keep these things together. You have a number of people trying to infiltrate. At some point in time, one of those cells that was it was not the Saints, and it was not the Roses, but it was one
Damn
because
straight.
He's one of the people that he was in contact with all of them. And it just takes one person. And there was...
I thought that somebody was messy or didn't cover right.
No, somebody was infiltrated. Like they brought in...
Oh.
That's what they would do. They would get in people and they would get...
They actually infiltrated the
They got
cell.
Oscared.
I was
They
going to
got
say, as
Oscared.
member of
Oscared,
the
yeah.
as a member of the Saints, it was not the Saints. I know
They
that
just
much.
didn't have Jazz on their side to turn him.
Right? And
We had nuns.
And it would have been one of those things where somebody infiltrated one of the cells, got in, got all the numbers of everybody in that cell, and the only other person they would have known was Falstaff. And they turned.
Was it the inn? The
Mhm.
cell at the inn?
Yeah, it was the cell at the end. And Falstaff had this big scar on his face, and he was a big prize, and they wanted him bad because they knew if they could get him, they'd be able to take the whole thing down. And they were going to have gotten him, but I'm seeing some advantages that you all built for him with 4 free invokes. And I remember I rolled and I was like, yep, okay. He slips through. He slips through because
Barely. Oof.
if they caught him, that would have been real bad.
Bad for us.
Got out though. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was able to figure out, because there was another compromise cell. It wasn't just that one. There was another one. He was able to figure it out, and he was able to sort of bring that information back with him. And he was actually court-martialed. But he was exonerated in the end. But his reputation was basically ruined in many ways. But he spends most of his time with his wife. They never have any kids, and every decade with his anniversary. Dirk was tried for war crimes for being a Nazi and executed because he was a German soldier and he was one of the occupying forces, and he was killed. He was killed during the fall of Paris. He was able to stay in Paris the entire time, but when it fell, he was killed by, it was like a makeshift trial, right, with some resistance who were rounding up people who were evil bad guys, and they caught him and they killed him. He died right at the end as the city fell. He was, doing his job, and he got killed. Because nobody cared who he was or what he did or anything about him, really. It was during that moment. And he was probably killed. It's just like, as it was. Clemens Brown and Company. I'm going to have to ask Oscar a bit about that one because I know he had some influence. They would have had such a good time hanging out in Paris. I don't know if they stay in Paris. I imagine they get transferred east, is what I imagine.
Yeah.
But Greg would probably
Maybe they see Martin Spahn. Oh, that guy.
Martin Spahn, I imagine, lives and is forever traumatized. Like, I imagine
as he should be.
I mean, I imagine he was a POW, but a Russian POW for a while. And and sort of came out with an obsessiveness about cleanliness and in a bit of a space.
Some other things, yeah.
Yeah, and I meant Clements Brown and Company. They probably sort of sent off east, and they fight on the Eastern Front. Is that everybody? Unless Oscar pulls some strings for Clements to help them out.
Does he?
I shall finish the game, Trooper.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I do say though, I saw someone ask about what happened to the brothel earlier.
Yes.
I was going to ask that next, yeah.
Bricktop for the last half a season has been grooming Luke to take over the brothel. And should Luke not wish to maintain control of the brothel, to carefully evaluate someone else to give it over to at his discretion.
His
because
mother.
the girls are the first priority.
She can't stay at the flower shop if we're compromised. So
That's true.
his mom is a smart business lady. She ran that flower shop
Yep.
without us. She might be able to do
Because
it.
as much as she loves the Duke, she's not giving it to the Duke. The Duke is not a brothel guy. He doesn't know the needs of those women. He doesn't know, It's just,
He's a getting rid of bodies guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would
which is
imagine that
useful to
Pritam-
know as a brothel owner, but not
I would imagine that Pritam, before he leaves, would have taught them certain common ways to check up on and just do health checks and basic medical
Yeah.
excuse me, practices and such. Maybe trained up someone up like kind of like a nurse, so that they would have someone there to continue making sure that they're able to be healthy.
I imagine Luke's mom would she would go and take care of that responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's what
if
she
Luke
would do.
didn't want it,
Well,
that's
if his captain says we're going to go and do this thing, he's going to go.
That's true. So then Luke's mom takes that. There you have it, folks. Luke's mom takes over the brothel, and there is a very
baby Jane and Luke's mom.
thick handwritten instruction book.
Yeah.
in a like that under the desk compartment that Luke would know about.
Which I
to
bet
tell
his mother
mom about.
really. His mom seems like a lady that'd appreciate your binder.
Oh, absolutely.
I see not only the binder and shit like that being left there for the actual, running of it, but also
money.
like a big hat with a half veil, so she could become the Viper.
Madam
like,
Cobra.
Madam Cobra. So there's always a Madam Cobra. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that Luke's mom becomes next
Yes.
Madam Cobra. That's dope.
Yes.
There's a big it's who to bribe. This is the phone operator we bribe. This is how much it costs every month. This is the this is the that. These are my uncle's people. This is how you get in touch with my uncle. Should you need to. He's kind of having issues though, so here's his second in command. Their information. Like it's
the Dread
binder.
Pirate Roberts of brothels.
Of our game. I love that.
And just so you know, your uncle is super ill and he's dying, and he just keeps not dying though. Like he just is very,
that sounds
very
like
stubborn.
him.
Like he's just is not
That
gonna
sounds
die.
like him.
Like,
yeah.
And like you're like, ooh.
And Frida would really like to have him be able to meet the essentially grandkids, because he's like a father to her in a lot of aspects before
he's not dying
she
before
has to leave or
grandkids.
he dies.
He's not dying before he meets the
Yeah.
grandkids.
It's one of those things though, is like it doesn't happen before they flee. We don't know.
After he meets the grandkids, he'll probably give it up at that moment. Once he knows that you're safe, that you're okay, and he meets the grandkids, that's probably when he'd
Might meet us in Spain somewhere. I don't know.
When his liver goes, right? Like he's
yeah.
That I believe
Yes.
is it.
Wow.
So, because we have to go, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for being an amazing cast. I want to thank every single person who's watched this show, either live or on YouTube. And if you're watching this on YouTube right now, thank you for watching. I want to thank so many people and everybody who dreamed about it and thought about it and wrote notes and thought, oh, this right here, all those pieces, everybody who messaged me about like the resistance in the Netherlands and about all these things, everyone who shared in every way. And every moment that every player spent thinking about their characters, every hat, every chaos. And I want to thank all the PCs for being the things around which things emerged. And I also want to thank Brigitte Friang, Nurinayat Khan, Violet Sabo, and every single one of those members of the Resistance who did this work in real life. Greg's great uncle, all the people, Pooja's relative who went and flyered for Chandra Bose, every single person who, in the face of incredible odds, decided that they weren't going to just sit down and do nothing, that they would do something. And if it was mimeograph a flyer or just look the other way, keep somebody safe, the small things and the large things, that when there's injustice that seems overwhelming, that somebody stood up and didn't give up and gave everything, so that because they believed in doing something important and they weren't cynical. And I want to thank to all those people who made soup and did something that we, in our movies, we think only superheroes can do. But in real life, anyone can do it. And I want to thank all those people who did, in big and small ways, inside and out. And this show was dedicated to them.
Ooh, I don't know that there's a better way to end that, Trooper. Well said.
So thank you, everyone. And this has been amazing. Where can we all find you?
We'll be around, won't we, everybody?
Yeah. Like I said, my hope is that though this story has come to a closure with the one shot with Greg, of course, that we have the opportunity to tell more, and it could be a completely different direction. But I would be happy to be at the same table.
Thank you, everyone. All of the love. And you know what? Vive la résistance.
Vive la resistance.
Bye, everyone.